as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Someone! Are you here to save me?
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. That's a new power key. Place it now. Great! You know what to do with that key.
Mortal flesh and power of Goku, I will snuff out all mortal life and bring about utopia. I need help! I need help! Thanks!
Flying Nimbus!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous.
Let me give you a hand. Stay calm.
An ally needs your help. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Well, thank you. Whoa.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Use some divine
I'll send some supplies to help. Could use some. Bastard! An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
dare you defy a god.
It's over! Continuous force sphere. Use it to hold the enemy back. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost trapped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Let me give you a hand.
You're not getting away. I'm alive.
Let's finish this.
I can already tell. I'm going to be sleeping soundly tonight.
In universes 1 and 10, 5 million years ago, the wizard Bibbidi cackles that he's done it, and this unstoppable creature is perfection personified. With it, he's going to rule the universe, rule life and death itself, and even rule the very gods. But with a timely appearance, there are some who object to that last statement. Westkyle couldn't believe it when she was first told, but it does indeed appear that the rumors of an insidious monster being created are true. Looking towards the egg, she can feel the energy emitting from it. She's extremely grateful that they arrived when they did. When the wizard tries to use his magic on the Kais, but South Kyle effortlessly blocks the assault. He scoffs that his sorcery won't work on gods. Grabbing the wizard by the throat, the Kyle barks that Bibbidi has killed hundreds for the sake of his evil doings, and has even conspired against the gods themselves. For this, he must die. Gasping out, attack! West is rushed by 2 other monsters, but she easily eviscerates them. She points out that these Glaviots were altered and brainwashed. Her ally loosens his grip, but only to shout, "Annihilation!" While Bibbidi is literally being vaporized, he does manage to pipe out, "Shield!" But it doesn't seem to have worked in time, leading to his destruction. Commending South on a job well done, the pair gaze at Boo's cocoon, shuddering to think what could have happened had he been released. Back in their world, Grand Supreme believes this event proves that they need to check on the mortal realm anytime they think there could be danger, and continue to intervene in situations like this. And they would do so. 1.6 million years ago, they shut down the demon realm. 7,000 years ago, the group would easily stop an evil army. In negative 425, they would vanquish a sinister cult on the planet Kanats, essentially becoming the greatest heroes of their universe. The Supreme Kais even defeated the original legendary Super Saiyan. Later on, Bojack and his gang, even the Frost Demons in age 712, several years before Goku and Vegeta would be born. Soon after, the second coming of the legendary Super Saiyan would too have to fall, though to the extreme grief of West Kaioshin. Because of their intervention, Universes 1 and 10 would not fall into vast danger. But at some point, these two realms did begin to deviate, before eventually in Universe 1 they'd be faced with a Varga who had a particular request. In Universe 1, year 793, around 9 years after Goku leaves to train Oob in our own timeline, we're brought to the site of Egg City Institute of Technology on planet Quack. In many ways, it appears similar to our own world, though with much more futuristic structure and technology. Everything from the common family enjoying the sunshine, to others simply going out to get some exercise. Simultaneously, a couple of Varga shout in excitement, "Yuri Quack!" Getting a look at them and their surroundings, the one on the left has a giant beard and lone monocle. He appears to lose his grip on a tool of some kind as he throws his hands into the air, various sci-fi devices around him. The other more or less looks the same, but younger with glasses, a binocular compound microscope to his right-hand side. The pair both race off somewhere while arguing about who's going to see the Dean, both of them demanding to be the first. A couple of other Vargas glare at them in the distance, likely inferring this isn't the first time they've made a scene. The elder of the pair, which now actually doesn't necessarily look to be the elder of them, so the bearded one announces he's made the discovery of the century. As his counterpart quips he couldn't discover the dust on his laptop. He himself is the one who has made something amazing. Though Beardo highly doubts Specs has discovered anything of value, jesting he must have just found out that eggs are round, who argues he doesn't discover. Discoveries fall on the heads of the lazy. He is an engineer. He creates. Their argument continues as they bump each other while stomping down the hall, each taking shots at the other's vocation. Specs insisting he has invented the most incredible machine the civilization has ever seen. When who I believe is the female Varga prominently featured in the main story, and who I don't believe has been given a name, opens a door to see what the fuss is about, unknowingly walking right into the line of fire. As they angrily continue their rampage, it appears the aforementioned Varga emerged from the Dean's office. He calls out to ask if it's Professor Screwloose Mad Duck and Dr. Jero Gloose again. Tell them he's not here, which I think are DuckTale references that just kind of go over my head. Either way, the pair make their way in to explain their breakthroughs. Specs even urges he fire the disgrace to his right. With a frustrated scowl, the Dean resolves to hear him out if it'll make him go away faster.
Our universe is
level
alone.
detector,
As you
better
know,
than any
each
ever
quantum state
designed. Not understanding a single word as they try their hardest to talk over each other, the Dean yells for the love of the great Quack to say that all again, but this time in their own separate balloons. Beardo explains how he created a power level detector better than any ever designed. It can instantly find the strongest beings in the whole universe, and even detects the ones who don't diffuse energy. While Specs states their universe isn't alone. As the Dean knows, each quantum state exists in a parallel reality, and he created a way to travel between these universes. Infinity is now within their reach, and he's welcome. Clearly not expecting him to declare such consequential things. The Dean is completely awestricken by the claims he's just heard. It's impossible. Both statements contradict physics and logic itself. And the fact that these two, who both spend all their time bickering with each other, finds these things at the same time. That's way too improbable itself. It's like some god found it convenient that these two inventions exist and made it happen simultaneously. But a god controlling their destinies? Please, they're scientists! Though the Dean assures he was merely joking, of course. Anyway, he wants to see proof of these inventions. And the next day, he would get just that. The three of them stand outside to showcase Specs, or rather Mad Duck's findings. 10 Glooses from 10 other universes, all looking just as grumpy as this universe's original. Mad Duck, of course, has to take a jab that none of them invented the stupid detector, which proves Gloose made it by pure chance, causing all the Glooses to point and proclaim the Mad Duck from their universes didn't find his stupid travel invention either. Regardless, this still proves Mad Duck indeed traveled to other universes. His other argues he could have just made a cloning machine. Growing tired of their rivalry, the Dean requests Dr. Gloos to present evidence for his own discovery. Happily, he tells how with his device, he found the location of the Kaioshins, who are the strongest beings in the universe. Shocking the Dean's assistant, who questions if he's serious. No one knows where they are. He claims this is indeed the case. In fact, he sent a spy drone there to take photos. Right on cue, a couple familiar faces arrive. Though not pleased faces, mind you. The Grand Supreme Kai scowls, they don't like what they've done. South Kaio can be seen holding the aforementioned drone. The Dean pleads with them to allow him to explain. They have just recently found incredible technologies. If they can just turn back to page 1915, they can see for themselves. And after some explanations, the Kaios have made a decision. Grant thinks these two inventions are much too dangerous and resolves to ban them. But he admits they are astonished by the huge coincidence of them being created at the same time, and in only one universe. So they have decided to use them both for a purpose, but only this one time. The Dean excitedly questions if they plan to meet the greatest minds and powers of other universes, learn from each other, avoid mistakes of the past and the alternatives, gather infinite knowledge and work for the greater good of the whole multiverse. But nah, they were more thinking of getting people to beat each other up.
Yay, tournaments!
Year 737. Raditz finds himself surrounded by other children, mocking him on his lack of strength and calling him weak, shouting for them to shut up, and he's not weak. One jeers he's so weak, there's no way he can even be a Saiyan, claiming his mother must be from another planet, whose low-life population was eradicated. But the youngster argues, his mother was an elite warrior, a Saiyan elite. But the kid's only continuing. Sneer, his father probably isn't even Bardock, and Raditz himself was found on some alien planet somewhere, and his parents were in fact just a couple of insects. Shouting he's not a bug. Getting himself pinned in retaliation, Raditz spots an out, gnawing on his bully's tail. He chomps down as hard as he can, sending an immense pain shooting through his adversary, growling for him to let go. Goku's brother has no intentions of doing so, wanting to make this kid pay. Nearby, a disinterested chaperone hears the kid scuffle and shouts of intent to murder, but can only bring himself to lazily remind the children there is no killing at recess. Away, we get a glimpse of the Saiyan world, sprawling with technological advancements. Bardock gearing up to possibly go on a mission. As happy as ever, his oldest son comes running in, giggling, "Hey Dad, I beat Braska! I beat him to a pulp!" And humorously, the battle may have been won, but even without seeing it firsthand, it's pretty obvious it was hard fought. Showing little interest, his father only utters, "That's good, I have to go." Explaining his brother was recently born, and he's going to go check on him, the elated young child bouncing he'll come along. In space, Frieza broods to himself that these Saiyan monkeys have gone too far, and it's time to put an end to them. While their strength and potential are impressive, they don't know how to obey. Zarbon pointing out, in 10 days, nearly the entire race should be on their home planet, and it may serve as the perfect opportunity. Finding great interest in this revelation, the Space Lord begins to develop a plan, demanding his underlings provide him with a list of who's scheduled to not be on planet during that time. Having that information on hand like the good henchman he is, Zarbon knows Bardock's unit will be on Kanasa. Prince Vegeta and his mentor Nappa will be on Frieza Planet 68 for training purposes. And lastly, Harik and his group will be on Planet Steak. Though Dodoria adds, the best of the bunch are probably King Vegeta and his 2 men, plus Bardock, Nappa, and Hanazia. Frieza commands they have Harik's unit return home as soon as possible, and to tell him they were just too slow or something, but would like a Frieza Force squad to go finish the job, before questioning if this Bardock character has any women in his unit. Zarbon responds he does possess a lone female warrior, wanting to terminate the entire species. Frieza doesn't like this. Turning and gazing into literal space, his right-hand man asks if he should cancel their upcoming mission, but the Galactic Tyrant believes it would look too suspicious, having a strong feeling that particular group will die in the line of duty. Dodoria mentioning this merely leaves Nappa and little Vegeta, proving ever insightful. Zarbon continues, bringing up the younglings, as without other Saiyans, they can most likely make of them as they wish. Hanazia and Bardock have 2 sons. It's promising they could be molded like the prince. With all the pieces in place, Frieza and his men are officially headed to Frieza Planet 16, though will secretly venture to Planet Vegeta, which will have a very unfortunate collision with a meteor. Looking down at his newborn child, a still elated Raditz introduces himself to his brother. But after reading his power, Bardock turns tail, scoffing. Another weakling. Just another failure. When someone approaches, questioning, "Oh, you think so?" Reminding, Scouters weren't a thing when the two of them were born. It's possible his power was abysmal at first too. The Saiyan only glares at the woman, who continues. She believes that numbers mean nothing. Scanning around the room, she reads off powers of 3, 5, 7, one even as high as 15, wondering if that last one will become an elite someday, before reading a very particular power, slightly higher than all the others, at 10,000. As Bardock walks away, mocking, very funny. When the soldiers are approached by someone else, it's now when we discover this woman is the Hanazia Zarbon spoke of. The stranger explains, there are new orders from Lord Frieza regarding their children. Although their powers are rather low, he'd like to give him a chance to be sent on a mission. Raditz seemingly finding great enjoyment in being a big brother, but does seem to have a big brother outlook. The stranger then tells Raditz will go on training, and Kakarot will attack a weak planet. A small world with many full moons per year, merely 1/10 of Vegeta's gravity, the average power level only 3.23. Clearly, he'll have a chance to. Interrupting, Hanazia cheers not to worry about the baby. He'll transform that planet into a deserted rock, requesting to know the highest power observed on it. While there have been readings of units ranging from 150 to 200, it's only about 3 or 4 people. Their average elite warrior ranges from merely 30 to 40. The female warrior thinking this will be an easy mission, believing it's not likely he'll encounter the strongest fighters on day 1. Bardock could care less about everything being said. Turning to him, she questions what the odds of that is. And cue meta sound effect, the first human Goku would encounter was almost the strongest man on the planet. The stranger resolving, Raditz will leave the day after tomorrow, and Kakarot in 10 days. When it's revealed, Hanazia is Kakarot's mother, who vows to train her baby to kill by that time. Bardock unceremoniously goes to leave for his mission. It's also worth noting, this chapter was written well before Dragon Ball Minus, so Gine wasn't even officially named Goku's mother at this time. Blasting off, communicating to his unit, the group will reach their destination tomorrow, and to expect high power levels. But there is predicted to be a full moon in 2 days, so they should be able to wipe out the 10 major cities in a relatively short time. If they can finish their mission in 4 days, they'll make Frieza's elite look like fools, counting on his men to make that happen. Celepa laughing that Bardock must have had a bad day to request such a challenge. Toma believing it has something to do with his kid that was recently born. Torepo saying he should have brought Raditz along. This would have been a great mission to help him improve. But only gritting his teeth,
Alright, final
Bardock
match will
really
start in 2
does have a
minutes.
deep inner hatred of how weak his sons are. The next couple days would go by in a flash. Bardock and his crew managed to demolish not 10, but 11 cities in only one night. Then getting a blip on his radar, their leader picks up on a new power. A big one, in fact, a few miles away. Wanting to take it on alone, he commands his lessers to stay here. But Toma wonders, why didn't they detect this guy before? Not liking the feel of this, even if Bardock is far stronger. But believing their chief can handle it, he comes face to face with the native. The creature utters he cannot fight the alien invader, bringer of death and destruction, and he can kill him if he so chooses. The Saiyan urging that is his intent. Though the Kanasan quips, before he does so, he may want to listen first, as the survival of Bardock's people depends on it. Piffing this off, he merely barks for the man to die. Some lives and destinies can change with a single seemingly insignificant
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Stay calm. Stay calm. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Flying Nimbus!
Welcome.
Get up!
We owe you. Thank you so much.
Flying Nimbus!
I'm gonna wipe out every last one of you. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Welcome.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Welcome. Thank you.
Great! You know what to do with that key. Bastard! I'm gonna wipe out.
I believe it's time we end this little game.
That's a new power key. Place it now. caution if you're going to help them.
Move! They're close. Don't give up. What a relief.
Great! You know what to do with that key. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out
not
for
safe.
enemies.
Awful.
Do it! Nappa! I'll take over.
What a relief.
Access the startup system from the central area.
You've got to be kidding me.
More to go. Then you're done. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
You'll be dead soon. So allow me to show
What
you
a
the true
relief.
power of a Saiyan elite.
They're close.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
A decent plan. Hope it works out for you.
Uh-oh.
I'll send some supplies to help.
All right!
Scum.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Here it goes!
Do it!
Let's go!
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Let's see what's in the mix.
Too close for comfort.
Say goodbye! Burst open and mix!
What a relief. Gotta be careful. Not good.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Significant event. In one iteration, Bardock killed this warrior without a second thought. A few days later, Dodoria would have attacked his unit, leaving the Saiyan the lone survivor, only to arrive on planet Vegeta just in time for Frieza to destroy it. This iteration decides to hear him out of curiosity. The Kanasan elaborates he saw his future, and it's just as dark as his own. Bardock will die, his home planet destroyed, eradicated by a small, flat-horned demon, also witnessing the murder of his king, a man with a beard and spiked hair. Bardock instantly knows there's no way anyone here could be aware of Frieza or Vegeta, demanding he explain how he came across this information. The stranger simply states he may not be a great fighter, but he possesses other special abilities, foresight being one of them. Apparently, this man's power to see the future is unique only to himself, as no one believed him when he tried to warn of an alien invasion. But if Bardock acts fast, he and his people can rise up and prevent the genocide of his own people. Something this man failed to do. Asking a fair question, the squad leader inquires why he'd help him, given what he and his men have done. Showing to be wise,
How's it going?
the Kanasan knows Bardock is merely the messenger of their death, and he wants revenge on the man who
Daybreakers?
ordered their destruction. And he also knows the two of them desire the same thing, in that tyrant being destroyed. Though the Saiyan barks, he has no reason to believe a word of this. The native isn't asking him to, as he's aware words alone won't be enough to convince him, making the final request of Bardock finishing him with a fist through the heart. Happy to comply. Commenting how gross these flabby alien bodies are, the stranger gently grabs the warrior, muttering he receive his power and strength. The crew make a game plan for conquering the rest of the planet. Since the full moon is gone, Toma suggests it would be a good idea to split into groups of 2. Celepa scoffs, that's a pretty silly excuse just to get her alone. Stuck in a daze, one of the men call out to their leader, asking what's wrong. Coming to, he can only wonder what just happened. Regardless, he returns minutes later. Upon inquiring how things went, Toma explains they were just deciding how to go about taking care of the rest of the smaller cities, going on how since the full moon is gone, they should split into groups of 2. Sounding familiar, Celepa then puts the icing on the cake, laughing that's a pretty silly excuse just to get her alone, when Toma calls out to their leader, asking what's wrong. Knowing beyond any doubt he's seen all this before, he even states this belief out loud, his comrade questioning what he means. But lost in thought at the ramifications this could have, he realizes the native was right, then frantically asks Toma when the next visit from Frieza is planned. But with nothing scheduled, one should assume within a year or 2. Getting a vision, Bardock sees King Vegeta, receiving a message alerting of Frieza's arrival. The ruler confused why he would just stroll in unannounced. The pompous king resolved to let him know what they think of this disrespect, as the Saiyan people are neither his slaves or servants. The space tyrant hasn't even given him news on his son. Letting themselves aboard Frieza's ship, Vegeta demands to know the meaning of this armada lined up near the planet. The Emperor only focused on the king's rudeness. Snapping, the Saiyan scoffs, "Us rude," reminding he's the one who greeted them by turning his back, as if they were but servants, barking the Saiyan's pride. Frieza has had enough of this disrespect, only believing it to confirm his qualm of these monkeys being undisciplined. And with their ruler fallen, Zarbon and Dodoria make quick work of his company. Bardock realizing the full impact of the future to come, calling for his crew to head home immediately. Toma arguing they haven't finished their mission. Their leader isn't having it, claiming it to be an emergency. On Frieza's ship, Dodoria takes note. Harik's unit has been called back and should arrive a few days before them. Raditz leaving tomorrow for
So
Frieza
watch the
Planet 68 and his
multiverse
father.
tournament.
Stopping
Just
short,
the
he
backstories.
realizes Bardock's unit has reported their pillage of Kanasa as complete, thinking it has to be some kind of joke. But surveillance does read 80% of the population has been decimated, deciding he can just have the group sent immediately to Planet Meat, and that's where he'll slaughter them. This remaining 20%
I'm going up
being the
against
perfect
Pre-Made.
reason to intercept
I'm gonna pick
them.
Majin
But
Buu.
with events playing out
played
slightly
against Frieza
different
too
than what
much.
we're used to, how will Bardock escape alive?
Switching up my readers.
King Vegeta
might
convenes
get
an
smoked if
audience
I don't find
who address
it,
their concerns with a
early.
newborn by the name of Broly.
Worried the infant is none other than the legendary Super Saiyan himself, and a threat to the entire planet. At the very least, having such a high power at birth is not natural. Not wasting any time thinking on the issue, Vegeta orders the child's death. When Paragus comes rushing into the chambers, though he's warned, now is no time for interruptions. But not willing to be denied, he urges his son will serve Prince Vegeta well and go on to become a great warrior. But that's precisely the issue. Hearing the commotion from down the hall, it seems Paragus may have been executed. Torepo sighs. Sounds like someone opened their mouth. Bardock responding, that's exactly what they're going to do.
This guy's far. Little bat. I don't know if I lost him. There it is. Easy win. They were high level too.
To do as well. Barging in with his crew, he calls out for the king, claiming terrible things are going to happen. Turning and annoyed, Vegeta is bewildered by Bardock's intrusion. Quick and blunt, he explains Frieza's coming to their planet to eradicate them all, and they have to do something to prepare. Initially met with a stunned silence, even his crew believe he must have lost his mind, as the surrounding Saiyans burst out in laughter. Keeping his goal focused, Bardock can't blame the others for not believing him. Truth be told, even he himself wouldn't believe it if you were not in his own shoes. But shouting for silence, he states Vegeta is the only one he needs to convince, as Saiyans must follow their king. As another untimely vision overwhelms the warrior, seeing exactly how their home will be annihilated. Not waiting for his approval, Bardock decides the time for action is now. Per Saiyan tradition, he challenges the king to battle to claim the throne for his own, which comes to even more of a shock to everyone than Frieza's alleged invasion. Continuing, the rebel goes on to chide their people accept Vegeta's status as king for his part in liberating them from the Tuffles, but this will decide who the strongest among them truly is, causing one of the higher-ups to butt in, urging a stop to this insolence, and if he'd like to challenge their leader, first he must go through him, but Bardock declines. Finding out this man's name is Gherkin, the warrior reiterates he is challenging the king, not his henchman. As the others begin to utter in the background, the mutineer isn't even as powerful as Gherkin. so should he be victorious, he won't remain king for long. One scoffing if he knew he could challenge Vegeta, he'd have done it himself ages ago. Accepting the duel, Vegeta piffs at the idea that someone in the lower class could ever defeat him. Admitting, he now sees why Bardock is considered an elite. The warrior growls at the foolishness of the king, snarling while he was sitting on his throne. He himself was off fighting, laying waste to dozens of worlds, claiming his superior strength. Escaping a close call, Vegeta begins to summon what may be the Blast Wave attack used to transform. Bardock knows now's the time to end this. Removing the pendant from his neck, Bardock emerges the winner. One of Vegeta's former men even shouts this out in declaration. Though, the new king is immediately challenged by Gherkin, which is accepted, but in accordance to Saiyan tradition, Bardock will have 1 week to rest. Resolving, they'll fight then. But for now, he commands their attention. This order will seem strange, but they must follow. If he is wrong, they can dethrone and kill him. But for the moment, unruly behavior will not.
Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back. I need help! You're a big help! You found a power key. Go slot it. Flying Nimbus! That's a new power key. Place it now. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Sorry, that'll have to do for now. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Flying Nimbus! Stay calm. Stay calm. You're done! Let's go! Stay calm. Bastard!
Transfer is headed your way. Take it now. startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Take this! Go! Special beam cannon!
Trouble.
Special beam Special beam cannon!
Not be tolerated. First, no one is to alert Frieza of the change in leadership, as none of their plans over the next few days can be revealed, informing of his idea to slaughter Frieza's forces. And shortly after, the plans were followed promptly into a T. The Saiyans began their secret rebellion against their overlord. However, officially, nothing seemed to have changed, using the tyrant's own soldiers against him to feed misinformation. Lovingly caressing her beloved child, Hanazia gets wind of what Bardock has been up to, only after the new king invited all Saiyan representatives to put his plan on display. At a podium before his people, he calls for an end to Frieza, explaining he's gathered all to the capital for the arrival of the tyrant. Surviving their battle, even the former King Vegeta knew Frieza would never forgive such an act, so he too worked alongside of Bardock to give them the best chance possible. With his aid, even the most reluctant of Saiyans were on board. A few days later, on Frieza's ship, it's announced to their lord, Dodoria has arrived. Catching them mid-conversation, the henchman elaborates how there were no Saiyans on planet Meat, even though their logs and scouts confirmed that's where they should be. Ordering he contacts said scouts, Frieza plans to push forward to planet Vegeta. Connecting with one of their teams, there seems to be a delay. But then we see the Saiyans are essentially holding Frieza's intelligence officers hostage, continuing to give them bad information and falsely confirming Bardock and his crew indeed have left for planet Meat. Upon questioning if they've arrived on said planet, one of the Saiyans coerces the officer, having to make up a story on how there was a technical incident and they had to make an emergency stop during their journey. But repairs have finished, so they should be arriving soon. With no reason not to believe this, Dodoria is only frustrated he made the trip for nothing. Inevitably, the day of the visions would come to face the Saiyan people, who all gathered in a desert outside the city. Glancing over to the father of her children, Hanazia warns if Frieza doesn't show, she will defy and kill the king herself, who calmly remarks she'll have to take her turn after Gherkin. Making his way through the crowd, Paragus shouts out to Bardock, thanking him for saving his son. Who could see what the legendary child would one day become, knowing they'll need that strength. Running over, a Saiyan shouts out that Frieza has arrived. As the cadences of the massive warriors grows louder, Bardock wasn't crazy after all. Hanazia not yet convinced. So what? All that's confirmed for certain is that it's an unscheduled visit. It doesn't automatically mean he's come to commit genocide. Arguing it doesn't matter, their leader states they plan to strike first. Knowing they can't allow him to retreat and regroup, he tasks Hanazia with infiltrating and stopping his ship, questioning if she's up for the challenge. But claiming to be the most powerful Saiyan of them all, she believes she's more than adept. Causing Gherkin to squabble, didn't he beat her last time they sparred? Though, turns out she was pregnant. While she beelines upward, Bardock beckons. Vegeta, Gherkin, Hodanek, Zucchini, and Paprika know what to do. Further instructing 3 others to hide in the shadows, to launch more fake moons should any be destroyed. This plan is met with criticism, citing the cowardice behind it. But the king has spoken, continuing as they've prepared. The Saiyans transform, increasing their strength tenfold. A rough estimate should put their individual powers between 15 and 120,000. While alone, they would likely be squashed. Together, with the entire race ranging from hundreds if not thousands united, it may just be enough. A henchman at a monitor quickly alerts of the attack, stating a horde of Uzaru are heading directly towards them. Dodoria in disbelief, as there isn't even a full moon. While Hanazia makes her approach, she knows Frieza's ships are said to have the best shields available, putting that rumor to the test. Another soldier becoming aware of the attack, he's also met with skepticism, as the Azarus aren't even in range. Changing up her plan, the lone warrior heads straight to the ship itself, breaking through the shields and penetrating the hull. Inside the spacecraft, she can finally take in a breath of air. Only seconds pass before the attack is confirmed. Frieza orders every one of his men to be dispatched, committed to slaughter these fools here and now. Though one underling argues, battle against Azarus? That's madness! This insubordination quickly motivates the others. Calling out the intruder on board, Hanazia immediately puts a boot to the man's back, demanding to know where the engine room is, while the grunt humorously pleads, "I've always loved the Saiyan people, you know." Though she is soon stopped by Dodoria, able to positively identify her, she inquires if he's a fan. The brute merely raises a hand, muttering, "Not really. Die!" "What did you expect? Your power's only 12,000, and I'm at least 22. You don't stand up." In his chamber, an officer reports to his master. Their troops have made their way to the Azaru army, and 94% of the Frieza force has already been wiped out. As the giant monkeys call for the Emperor to show himself, one asks what they're waiting for, the other explaining, either for Hanazia to lower the shields, or for Frieza to show himself. But time will prove problematic, as they don't have much air up here. Zarbon informing what's going on just outside. Frieza decides he'll just end this himself, using his true power. That last blast catching him in a daze, we spot his adversary staring out a window, in full view of her planet, and the many artificial moons. As the ship begins to malfunction and decompress due to the immense damage, Hanazia makes her escape, just as Bardock calls for all the Saiyans to attack at once. As their tyrannical dictator is over-encumbered by the blast, chants ring out through the Azarus, praising their new king. In the coming days, Hanazia approaches Bardock, bragging their little one went from a power level of 1 all the way up to 12 with just a bit of training. If he were still to be sent to that planet called Earth, he'd easily slaughter everyone there in just a few years, asking if he thinks they should still send him. But the king declines to, stating the ridiculous methods of Frieza are a thing of the past. They will take the Earth and many other worlds one day, especially those in Frieza's empire, but together, not merely sending their young, declaring the Saiyans don't take orders anymore, they give them, ushering in the long reign of the dreadful Saiyan people on the galaxy. But upon the destruction of Frieza's ship, unknown to the rebels, someone happened to be peering in. As it's reported to Cooler, his brother has fallen, scoffing at his siblings' ineptitude to be done in by a bunch of monkeys. Salza points out, had he not been in his reserve state, he would have easily survived, questioning if Cooler would like to embark on the planet himself or simply destroy it in one attack. Confused by his choices, the Space Lord quips he's not doing anything. After all, he's not even allowed to be in this part of the universe, believing Frieza dying was his own fault. However, he will put an end to these pesky Saiyans, just as soon as King Cold grants him this territory. After Bardock's visions correctly predicted Frieza's betrayal, leading to the renegade soldier assembling the entire Saiyan race and killing the Emperor, the new king's oldest son stands victorious over a group of other children on Frieza Planet 68, smugly thinking he's going to like it on this world. Between the weaker life forms and lower gravity, here, he'll be an elite. His thoughts are interrupted as someone calls for him, informing he's been reassigned. Explaining the situation while walking, the boy is alerted to everything that has recently happened, from the death of Frieza, to Bardock challenging King Vegeta and rising to the throne, to the most recent orders to have Raditz sent home. Snickering, the Empire is theirs now, the soldier remarks. Not exactly. Word of Frieza's death has spread through the universe, and many planets have taken the opportunity to reclaim their independence as well. For instance, Frieza Planet 44. An alien shouts to the young Vegeta to surrender without resistance, and this is going to hurt a lot less. Only wanting to negotiate with the Saiyan's new king. Not interested. He puts the man down after a single kick. Looking at him, he questions Nappa if he managed to find a way off this world. Who, while carrying someone, notes to his prince he spotted a couple pods behind a nearby building. Vegeta snips not to be referred to as Prince anymore, given his pathetic father is now nothing. Asking what the plan is when they get back, the boy smirks. If he isn't Prince anymore, then maybe it's time to become king. Gherkin, the former king's right-hand man, also finds himself on a foreign planet, as the native people bow before him, pledging their allegiance to the Saiyans. This leaves Gherkin confused why they'd surrender without a fight. One explains they are no warriors and never obeyed Frieza of their own free will, offering an old adage of their race. Tyrants come and go, but people remain the same. Still puzzled, he merely explains the new king wants a new kind of armor from them. Laying his head down, he agrees to do as they wish. Over the next 2 years, Frieza's entire empire would be annexed into the new Saiyan Empire, with the exception of only a few worlds, claiming the Actaris constellation, but struggling to capture Cooler Planet 24. The king scoffs. Saiyans are too independent to make great militaristic leaders. The senior Vegeta believes it's only a matter of teaching. But Bardock grumbles with Cooler arriving to Actaris in only 3 days. There's no time for learning. A soldier asking if he got this information from one of their spies. It was in fact one of the king's visions. Nothing further. He dismisses his men for the evening, leaving Hanazia, mother of Goku and Raditz, as the final soldier in the room. But being how he is, the king mutters he doesn't want to see anybody right now. But walking up to him, she smiles, frost demons aside. Things are looking pretty good at the moment, aren't they? Not shifting focus. Oh, yeah. When she, matter-of-factly, reveals she thinks the state of grace is over. Snapping around, he questions what she means, telling tomorrow she will defy him and take the throne for her own. And given the dynamic of their relationship, this is more immensely annoying than emotionally devastating. Hanazia even jokes she thought he'd have a vision about it. Though Bardock's plan wasn't finished, he didn't need to be the king, just for his people to listen to him. So instead of risking a duel he likely wouldn't have survived, he calls out to the citizens of his world, announcing, today will birth a new leader for the Saiyans. As tradition, the king is to be the strongest warrior among them. Since he himself is not participating, their leader will be whoever comes out standing. Though the victor takes the throne, himself and Vegeta Sr. will remain as consultants to the Empire, as they must combine their strength and strategy to maximize the power of the Saiyans as a whole. The audience members clearly retained their loyalty to the both of them. One by one, the tournament moved along, most matches only lasting a few seconds. In fact, the majority of soldiers refused to go against any of the elites. But as morning turned to afternoon, only 4 Saiyans remained. As Hanazia grapples Gherkin from behind, she bellows for him to just give up. But as a stubborn warrior, never, I will be king of... Choking him out, she is declared the winner, leaving one more bout before the final match, Paprika and Vegeta Jr. but the latter and Nappa object, declaring that won't be necessary. Dropping Paprika to the ground, Vegeta informs the last fight was taking too long, so they decided to have at it in the meantime, insisting there are witnesses to confirm no cheating was involved. Two of which piping up, admitting it was a close battle, but the kid is tough. Not caring either way, Nausea tells him to get in the ring, wanting to be crowned before nightfall. Calling her over, Bardock warns her not to kill Vegeta, disputing it's a duel and she can do whatever she wants. The current king sighs. He knows her intent. But one day, that child will grow up, and when that day comes, he'll be even stronger than her. And he's going to be a very important person, and the future and fate of all the Saiyans depends on him. Asking if she understands. Cutting to Paragus in the crowd, he points out the Vegeta family to his son, assuring they're no longer a threat after previously wanting to kill Broly. Even as little as he is, the prodigy is too powerful now, and when he gets older, he will be the one ruling the planet. Vegeta Sr. surprised at his son's strength. In his absence, he's improved leaps and bounds. But Bardock knows this is only the beginning of his glory. However, it is not yet his time to lead. His will holding out better than his body, Vegeta tries to push himself off the ground, grunting through stutters. He will be king. As Hanazia coldly quips, "Maybe in your next life." Horrified of the boy's fate, Bardock grinds his teeth shunning Hanazia, who grins he not get his pants in a bunch, assuring she respected the final wish of the king, and the kid will be fine. Eventually. Raising her hand, her victory is made official, and she is declared the new leader of the planet, Hanazia, Queen of the Saiyans, the crowd hollering in approval. As very, very far away, we find the bodies of Duri, Goldo, and Jace. While Knees and Birder fight, the Armored Squadron member taunts, "Where is his famous speed?" As Salza puts his boot to Ginyu's chest, hissing it's annoying the captain has retained his loyalty to Frieza. Change! Mindless! You're less! As Ginyu finishes off his former body, Recoome approaches to congratulate his leader, laughing how Salza didn't know he could change bodies. But actually, he did. Wearing a device on his head, he was prepared for this exact scenario. Calling someone on his scouter, he alerts the mission is complete, and he is close to Saiyan territory, inquiring if he should reclaim a few planets. But Cooler instructs he is instead needed here, as there are rebellions popping up throughout the Empire. Piffing since his brother was killed, some fools believe he can be too. And just as soon as his forces are stable again, he will take Frieza's territory as his own, one world at a time. A few more years pass. The Saiyans continued their conquest and expanded their reach. The oppression they instilled became more gruesome than even Frieza's. And while life was flourishing for them, taking all the riches and food they could ever need, the Frost Demons would again become a danger. Kakarot strolls into the room, greeting his older brother and asking how his mission went. Who chorts it was a pretty terrible planet. Nothing but a lot of water and 3 suns. Great times. The other warrior comments how the fighters were kinda strong at least. One actually really strong, even managing to kill Gine in D's, soliciting how they put down the warrior. Kakarot assumes Raditz just ran away, but it's really because Vegeta was with him, and he took him on pretty much single-handedly. Raditz explains how strong he's gotten, aiming to surpass Broly. Cracking, he should have been there to see him beat this one Namek to a pulp. With a mouthful of food, Kakarot garbles a barely decipherable question about the Namekians' magic powers. But his brother snorts that was just a nonsense rumor. But he did find a really cool orb in one of the villages, but it randomly turned into a mere rock. Putting his focus back on Broly, stating he freaks him out, but can't help but wonder where he is now. Turns out, he was sent to Cooler Planet 72, and that world was completely destroyed. Questioning how he got home, Raditz mumbles he didn't, and hopes he's floating dead in space somewhere, bearing great animosity for the prodigy. But it was the child himself who destroyed the planet, and surrounded by a force field, he zips through the galaxy. While seemingly impossible, there exist versions of Broly in other universes that can manage such a feat even as a baby. Sensing the energy blistering from the nearest celestial body, he has his eyes set on his destination. There, no one will scold him. No one will tell him to calm down. He can kill whoever he wants. There, he will be free. Even as a child, Broly is nothing more than a violent maniac. An alarm rings out as a soldier bellows their planets are being destroyed one after another on the southern frontier. Turning out to be Cooler's headquarters, the tyrant is irate to discover his territory is falling due to a single Saiyan. Terrified this could actually be the legendary Super Saiyan his brother feared. After spilling endless blood and causing unprecedented destruction, Broly finds a short semblance of peace. Even the strongest warriors have been mere insects in the wake of his power. The boy only hoping he'll get more of a challenge soon, when a ship begins to touch down on the world. Stepping out, not only Cooler, but his father, King Cold, the child grinning with excitement at the pair. The Frost Demons speak amongst each other, the Elder asking if that little Saiyan is at fault for what they see before him. Cooler confirms that's the case. Sending Broly soaring through the air with ease. At last, he can finally use his true power. Smirking, Cooler laughs. This kid is clearly above an elite, but alas, still nothing to the likes of a Frost Demon. And on this day, the entire universe looks on in awe as the battle is broadcast from the cameras on King Cold's ship. The announcer on the television comments how their aggressor appears to be only a single Saiyan child who has turned into an abomination of pure power. Never imagining they would witness the invincible demons actually beaten and killed by one being. The boy soon disappeared, but reports are confirmed of both Cold and Cooler's death. Vegeta looks on furiously. This aura, this power, refusing to accept is for the legendary Super Saiyan alone. Simultaneously, his father has a conversation with Bardock, most likely following his visions. The former, albeit looking a bit nervous, assures, "See, it worked perfectly." Though the senior Vegeta worries, when Broly comes back, he'll kill them all in a blind rage. But Bardock is convinced that as long as he is entertained by endless battles, they will be okay. At least for a few years. Apparently, despite the changes in this universe, it was yet again destiny for the Saiyans to rid themselves of the legendary Super Saiyan, one way or another. Ever since, the galaxies fell into utter chaos. The Saiyans continued with their deadly conquest. Broly ventured from planet to planet, left alone and unmanaged to do as he pleases, both responsible for the end of countless lives. Age 754, about 17 years have passed. Vegeta gears up believing today's the day as he plans to challenge Queen Hanazia for the throne. At last, he will be king. Stepping out of his room, a group zips past him, shouting Broly is back! The legendary Super Saiyan has returned, piquing the one-time prince's interest. Hanazia being one of the first to greet the prodigy, expressing how happy everyone is he's finally found his way back home, complimenting how powerful he's become. Without adding to the conversation, he bluntly states he defies her for the throne. While put off by this brutish approach, this was well expected all along. Taking her stance, she beckons he show everyone the power of the legendary Super Saiyan, warning she won't go down easy. Elsewhere, Bardock is happy to see the progress his people are making in taking over yet another planet. Getting a call on his scouter, he questions if this is an important matter. Celepa informs Broly has come back to planet Vegeta, and the first thing he's done is kill Hanazia. Naturally, this makes him the new king of the Saiyans. She wanted Bardock to be the first to know, since Hanazia was his mate for many years. But just like Bardock, he scoffs he foresaw this ages ago, and it's no surprise to him, informing he will civilly greet their new leader once he heads back home, ending the transmission. Though inside, he wishes Hanazia rest in peace. Her time was simply up. King Broly was as predicted, short-tempered and excessively violent ruler. But what's more acceptable in a Saiyan society? From time to time, he would even use his Super Saiyan form, but never faced a genuine challenge, so his legendary state remained dormant, leaving the king, mostly, sane. Vegeta studied Broly with extreme jealousy. His obsession grew from fear, to anger, to hate, and finally, suffering. Unlocking Super Saiyan for himself on a distant world, absorbing the ramifications of the transformation, realizing he's been put through the most ruthless training. Yet, he came nowhere close to the King's power. But now, due to his own self-loathing, his potential has awakened, and it's now confirmed the Super Saiyan is not limited to only Broly. You're almost right. Spotting Bardock lurking nearby, he demands to know what he's doing here. Who grins. He's been waiting for this day for 20 years. Informing the warrior, he is now the lone fighter who can stand up against Broly. Grabbing him by the throat, the tormented Saiyan bellows. He knew this entire time and didn't say anything? Still taking satisfaction in seeing his premonition come full circle. Bardock reminds, he only makes the future known when it's something he wants to avoid. More importantly, Vegeta is going to challenge the King for the throne. But even with this most recent transformation, he is still nothing when compared to the legendary Super Saiyan. Having seen him crushed by the King in several visions, Bardock has long been searching for a way for Vegeta to defeat him. Apprehensive, but why would you help me? The Soothsayer has a pretty simple answer for this.
Terrence.
Broly will eventually go on a rampage.
You made it in the top 100 for Raiders. We're ranked 94 right now.
Vegeta won't. Each time Bardock devised a plan, a vision would inform if it'd work. After many failures, he believes he has at last discovered the perfect strategy. Admitting to the warrior he won't like it, but it's undoubtedly the best option. Indeed, Vegeta despised the idea, but would come to accept it after seeing how outclassed he was by Broly. Back on planet Vegeta, the King joyfully accepts the challenge, happy to kill him this afternoon. But upon revealing he has also achieved the Super Saiyan state, Broly excitedly moves the fight to right now, but shouting for them to wait. Vegeta Sr. quarrels the strength of 2 Super Saiyans is unheard of. With that kind of power, their duel will kill them all, urging they instead find an isolated planet where they can both fight without any exterior concerns. Another Saiyan backs up this idea, but the King refuses to wait. Trying to appeal to Broly's ego, he urges. His King is wise, and he knows the fight will be much better this way. Who in turn offers exactly 1 minute to find such a world. And doing so, plus a bit of extra time for preparations, the pair head to their respective pods. While it'll take a few weeks for them to arrive, luckily, they'll slip into hibernation and the trip should seem instantaneous. Time quickly passes, and an alien soldier alerts his superiors. It appears 2 Saiyan ships are approaching. Baffled to find Saiyans all the way out here, he orders his men to fire. Touching down on the ship, an armed platoon rushes to greet him. One warning, they turn around immediately, as this place is very dangerous, causing Vegeta to mock. Of course it is! We're here! Making quick work of him, Broly is now ready for the real battle to begin. Getting a slight edge, Vegeta realizes Broly is no expert fighter at all, only immensely powerful. At this rate, he'll be able to kill him by himself. Elsewhere, a ship soars through space. Catching wind of the 2 Saiyans and receiving orders to take care of him, he finds this command laughable. The soldier, Genro, acknowledges he could wipe out a dozen Saiyans with ease. But the Mad King and some other yellow-lit monster, that's ridiculous. Maybe he can do something if he has the support of some other Ultras, signifying the man is part of the Hello Light race. But before finishing his sentence, something outside catches his attention. Opening the hatch, he shouts to the man he shouldn't be here, as something very dangerous is going on nearby. Before possibly absorbing this man is flying through the cosmos on only a crystal ball, questioning what he is. Without fully turning, Raichi utters he is revenge personified, the ultimate enemy of the Saiyans. Optimistic at the luck of running into a friend all the way out here, the doctor affirms their mutual interest does not make them friends, only allies at best. What's the point of so many blasts if you can't even aim? As cocky as ever, Vegeta promises to show the King how it's done, who growls this pest is beginning to get on his nerves. Powering up, his challenger scoffs he stay put right there, and this will be over soon.
I am Broly, King of Saiyans! No! Finished already?
The Hell Light stares on at the battle before him, as two more Ultras, Wigner and Walls, accompany him, informing the unknown Saiyan appears to be out of commission, but they must stop the Mad King. Indeed, Vegeta has likely lost this battle, as Broly senses the other men in the sky. Now completely insane, he salivates at having the thought of more fighters to kill, firing the Ultra Waver. It's no use. One of their most powerful attacks does nothing against the legendary Super Saiyan. Dashing towards him, they resolve to rely on hand-to-hand combat. Wall's convinced he'll run out of energy eventually, but Genro knows they must not rely on that, commanding they use the laser. It can cut through anything. Yes, sir! Nothing! Taking down their comrade with next to zero effort, his fellow Ultras can only stand by helplessly. Hey, Broly! You're not done with me yet! Arguing since the station they were previously battling on has been reduced to rubble. They finish this on a nearby world. Following his challenger to a dark planet, the Hell Lights are aghast at what these fools are doing. Ready to put an end to this once and for all, Vegeta couldn't agree more. Though disappointed, he had to rely on Bardock's plan. What? The sludge beneath the king quickly crawling up his body, unable to escape the deadly powers of the carbonite. The substance methodically encumbers the King of Saiyans, consuming him entirely. Though Vegeta hasn't a clue what this gunk is, it's apparently something that can even take down the likes of the legendary Super Saiyan. And now since he's dead, Vegeta stands as the most powerful warrior in the universe, before being confronted by the Ultras, who declare he's under arrest. Dropping from his transformation, oxygen sounds good to the new king, so he gives himself up without a fight. Warning, these restraints are made from Kashin Alyej. He tells the Saiyan not to try anything stupid, cautiously ushering him to the ship. One chides a single powerful blow to the planet beneath him could eliminate the entire universe, scolding that was very dangerous what he did. Rushing back to Helior with the Mad King dead and a powerful Saiyan hostage in their hands, Genro thinks aloud. Maybe Wall's death wasn't in vain after all. However, a few weeks later, Vegeta would go on to destroy the Hell Lights planet, venturing home to claim his place as king of the Saiyans. And as before, their empire only continued to grow. But back on the Carbonite world,
Download of a new and it's so complete.
They were unaware of a new menace brewing in the darkness, who mumbles he has obtained another Saiyan ghost, unsure if he likes using them to his advantage or not. But with so much power in this one, Raichi is ready to end the entire Saiyan race for good. On planet Zyoga 3, year 780, we're greeted with a monstrous castle. Making our way through its corridors, Hoi, the villain in Wrath of the Dragon, is seen looking rather nervous about something. But upon seeing what he sees, he does find himself in an intimidating place. Pressing on, he begins to walk forward when a voice beckons. What are you doing here? Anxiously trying to explain himself, Hoi stutters that the door was open, or rather, there was no door. The man tells that since no life thrives on this planet, he has no need for doors. The wizard then drops to his knees, muttering how he is his only hope. If you haven't guessed by now, Dr. Raichi. Explaining his situation, Hoi questions if the Tuffle is familiar with the great hero Tapion, as he's fallen victim to an evil music box, sealed within by horrible magic. But Raichi merely scoffs. He cares not about this hero, but pleading he is the only one with the power to open it. He's tried everything he could. But reiterating his disinterest, the scientist tells his visitor to leave, now. But not doing so, Hoi reaches into his coat to retrieve the box, proclaiming the doctor is a true hero for having eradicated the Saiyan people who oppress the entire universe, arguing Tapion is a hero too and deserves to be free. As a moment of silence engulfs the room, it seems Hoi may have appealed to Raichi's emotional side. He would go on to work for several days, attempting to open the box. In fact, this challenge was actually refreshing, figuring out different methods and ideas to crack the code. It would soon let out a click, followed by music. To the shock and elation of the pair, it opens. powerful energy is trying to escape. Tapion is free, though glares at Hoi, demanding to know why he's freed him. Inquiring if he's happy to be rid of his prison, the Kanajan barks he shouldn't have done this. Alertedly, Raichi questions what the problem is, while the wizard emits a vile grin, attempting to flee the area. Raichi blocks his path with a hidden door, having misled him before. The doctor growls the wizard isn't going anywhere, and for him to explain himself. Turning around, he cracks there's no reason to be so hasty. As the pair gaze on, he continues by stating he'll understand in time, all by himself, while radiating a strange energy. The Kanajan knowing exactly what this is, as the wizard cackles. He offers his thanks for the Tuffle's help, bidding farewell. As the bottom half of Hirudegarn appears, Tapion scowls. So, Minosha, you killed him! As Tapion goes on to play his ocarina, Raichi's tech begins to ring out, detecting a massive power here in the lab. Finally, having had enough of his lab being destroyed, the doctor summons his ghost warriors. In a surprise twist, all of which are Saiyans, vastly confusing Hoi, believing them all to be dead. Raichi reveals their ghosts are now his slaves. And soon, the wizard will take his place alongside of them. Giving the order, Kakarot, or Goku, dashes after him, stating it's over. But his foe seems to have something up his sleeve, mocking, "Look who's talking!" While the Saiyan hesitates to make heads or tails of what this means. Hirudegarn comes to the rescue of his master. Hanazia, Goku and Raditz' mother in the multiverse canon, scoffs to get rid of the monster first. While the warrior believes this to be the end of the creature, Raichi isn't convinced. Shouting for her comrade to dodge, they're caught off guard. The other fighters accepting the severity of what's going on. Jumping away, Hoi laughs for them to merely play with his creation, while before Raditz cuts him off, stating he's not going anywhere. Oh, wait! As one of his teammates careens towards him, it causes a Saiyan to roar with laughter, cackling, "Ha ha! Who's the weakling now?" His mother urging he keep his guard up, as the giant is very strong, and there have already been 3 casualties. Her son horror-struck by this discovery. Inside the compound, Tapion reaches out for his ocarina, but can't quite reach it. When someone appears in front of him, Raichi, who calmly asks how this monster is linked to him. But the musical warrior only shouts for him to give him his instrument, though the doctor once answers first. So he reveals the other half of this monster is inside of him. Gazing at the creature, Raichi takes a moment to think, finding this very interesting. Going back in time to year -425, in every universe of the Multiverse Tournament, Hoi unravels his side of the story. All of this began on planet Kanats about 1,000 years ago. His people were a powerful group of sorcerers. Using a local idol, they managed to breathe life into their invincible monster, Hirudegarn. Their plan was working to perfection. His people were about to conquer the entire universe. But the native Kanajians still had artifacts of their own, linked to this idol, and fought back. Eventually, they were able to cut the creature in 2, sealing each part within musicians, Tapion and Minosha. The 2 martyrs would then banish themselves into magic boxes, which were hurled outwards through space. So the sorcerers sung out for ages, hoping to one day retrieve their lost power. While it took hundreds of years, new generations moved from galaxy to galaxy, eventually finding the both of them in year 214, residing in a territory under Prince Cold's control. Luckily, they were able to use their own powers to open one of the boxes, freeing Minosha and the lower half of Hirudegarn, who would quickly dispatch the Guardian after going on a rampage, destroying much of the planet. They were forced to seal him once more, though this time in Hoi himself, When they attempted to open the other box, Cold's army moved in, attacking the group, as he didn't take kindly to his planets being damaged, slaughtering everyone but Hoy himself, only because they feared doing so would release the monster within him. Instead, they placed him in cryogenic sleep, forever. But eons later, someone broke in and freed him from his prison. Awakened and confused, he made his escape to continue his quest for the other music box. And only a few years later, he'd find it. Though alone, he didn't have enough power to open it. So in most universes, he never succeeded in his task and died, alone and forgotten by time. In Universe 16 and 18, where Vegito's in our own realm, he caught wind of the Dragon Balls and traveled to Earth to utilize them, but would fall in battle. And exclusive to this Universe 3, he was told of a great scientist called Dr. Raichi, but again, would die. Resuming where we left off. The Tuffle now understands everything, Tapion explaining what we just saw. Gaining control over the situation, the scientist knows the first thing that must be done is to seal this half once more. Picking up the ocarina, again, Tapion pleads for him to hand it over, vowing to seal this half within him as well. Clearly seeing he can barely hold back the half he already contains, not knowing what else they can do. But being the brilliant mind he is, having heard his song only once, he has already begun programming it into his ghost warriors, throwing it to Hanazia instead, who assures the melody is in good hands. While the Saiyans aren't faring too well, she bellows out to those still alive, demanding they keep the creature busy a little longer. Their attacks only managing to slightly slow it down. And suddenly, Tapion falls to a knee, struggling to speak. Hirudegarn is calling his other half. Raichi questions if he'll be able to hold it in much longer, but unable to answer. Things aren't looking good. Just as the tail is about to take out Raditz, the song begins to echo through the air, stopping it in its tracks. Just as things are looking up, Hanazia is struck down. Still not panicking, the Tuffle is merely frustrated at the uselessness of these Saiyans. Trembling, Tapion apologizes, as he's not able to hold the monster back any longer. Looking on, Raditz knew there had to be another half. Gherkin rushing in to grab the flute, even mocking the creature that he'll never touch. Raditz again laughing aloud, as given how these elite fighters treated him his entire life, it's only fitting he still carries a grudge. Looking around for the musical thing himself, the upper half makes its approach. Growing concerned with the situation, Raichi knows he needs to summon more warriors, as Raditz quickly finds what he's looking for. And realizing this thing can't fly, or at least its legs can't, the Saiyan takes to the air, chuckling for this lowly insect to stay down there. Playing the melody as instilled in him by the doctor, the creature becomes sealed once more. The upper half returning to Tapion. Though in a humorous moment, Raditz feels like he just indirectly kissed his own mother after playing the flute. Rejoining the others, Tapion warns Hirudegarn will escape again, and with more power each occurrence. Raichi believes they'll at least have a few hours, so that's plenty of time to come up with something. And so he did, as he was able to modify the music box into a portable device instead. A simple wristband Tapion could attach to himself, and would become able to walk free without being a constant danger. A few days later, Ghost Raditz would disappear, and Tapion was able to contain all of Hirudegarn within himself. And not long after that, Raichi asks Tapion what he plans to do now, but he's really not too sure. Still absorbing the fact his younger brother was killed, maybe centuries ago, and even if he were to return to his own planet, it's not like anything will be the same. The Tuffle himself knows this feeling all too well, stating whatever he does, the dead won't come back. To which he seems to accept, and his life would continue, years passing one at a time. And time does heal the wounds of the good-willed. Tapion traveled far and wide, making many friends, growing especially close to Raichi, and would visit him often. And though he grew happier as each day passed, some never opened their heart, and the doctor would never find peace, because revenge doesn't stop hatred. One day, new visitors arrived to these two heroes, The Vargas explained the tournament. Most importantly, the prize for the winner in the Dragon Balls. With hope to resurrect his brother, Tapion eagerly bids to enter. Upon the alien asking Raichi, he declines, shocking the Kanajin, knowing he's much stronger than himself, not to mention the Ghost Warriors. But the scientist merely states he has achieved his goals and has no wish to dream of now. While disappointing, no one pushes to try to convince him otherwise. Tapion questions who else will be participating, and though he's one of the first entries, it can be assumed that others would consist of Kaioshins, Frost Demons, Saiyans. Naturally, the last one catching the attention of the Tuffle, confused of the fact the Saiyans are still in existence. The Vargas nonchalantly details of course they are. Given their strength and love of battle, it's almost a guarantee they'll find some willing to enter. He then announces he's changed his mind, and instead will also fight, explaining it seems his wish hasn't been achieved after all, as there are still Saiyans to exterminate. Though he doesn't state his desire aloud, and being in the dark on this side of the Doctor, Tapion utters he doesn't know what his wish is, but believing Raichi is a good person, he hopes it comes true, causing his friend to quietly scoff.
Good person, huh? Not really.
But upon being asked what he's muttering, he moves on from the subject. Tapion cheering they do their best to fulfill their wishes, stoically replying,
I will.
The pair gaze towards the ship, ready to begin a new adventure. The Vargas inside, deciding they've gathered enough fighters from this realm and will head back to the Arena universe. But not before they get a new blip on their radar, discovering yet another warrior with great power, finding who we know as King Piccolo on a small world called Earth. Which is strange, because it's the first time they found a notable warrior on that planet, believing it's most likely a fluke. When they alert someone standing in the shadows to explain the situation, they'll be making one last stop before heading to the arena, but the psychic combatant assures it's no problem, as he already knew of the delay. In Universe 3, year 752, around 18 years after Goku would be born, the entire universe has fallen prey to the Saiyans, a warrior race that pillages and kills for
Alright,
fun.
finally found another match. Starting in a minute.
Inside of the attack ball searing through space, we're introduced to a trio of Saiyans we've never seen before. First, there's Kali, a young girl who yawns out that it looks like they've finally reached their destination. Then a boy, Kumpen, also with groggy eyes, shouts, "Finally! I've been dreaming of meatloaf for months. I'm hungry." And finally what appears to be another girl, Chirito, who questions the others what this planet was called again. Of course, it's Earth, on which the average power level is only 3.35. Looks like that farmer with a shotgun.
Rifle! It's clearly a rifle!
Farmer with a rifle was a little more beefy than we've been giving him credit for all these years. Zooming out on the 5 pods, a new voice protests that he can't really understand why they need a babysitter for such a weak planet. Introducing a Saiyan named Reap, the cocky child continues, especially if it's going to be this loser. Referring to Raditz, though unfazed, he simply utters that he heard that. Looks like no matter the universe, the brother of Goku is fated to cross paths with the Earth. Below, we're greeted with a planet that up until now has been identical with its iteration from Universe 9, the universe where Krillin took over the Turtle School and Yamcha became a cyborg. From within Capsule Corp, a familiar voice beckons, "Master, we've been training for hours! I'm hungry!" Though the sparring rages on despite protest, Roshi implores that endurance is vital to becoming a competent martial artist. While the height-challenged warrior argues that eating is vital too, a certain wolf marks its prey. And as a tertiary
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key.
You're a big help.
Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Flying Nimbus!
Great! You know what to do with that key. I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back. That's a new power key. Place it now.
You have my thanks. You be careful too, okay?
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad! Somebody's down! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
You're my savior! Flying Nimbus!
I sent a new super transfer. Sorry, that'll have to do for now.
Welcome. Thank you. Oh.
The hell I need your help, bastard! You don't know what danger awaits.
That's some bullshit,
Think
man.
before rushing in.
What a fucking waste.
I've had enough of this.
out for enemies.
Oh, no, no, no!
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
That was a close one.
A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Time to go! Oh well. Time to go!
Ally needs your
Too
help.
shabby.
You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
You serious?
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Chief!
They're close.
Sherry comment how concentration is as well vital. Dropping Krillin to the ground, their teacher congratulates Yamcha on a job well done. As Bulma comes speeding out of her home, pleading with the gang to look at the news. Something horrible has happened. On the TV, a newsman trembles to report how a massacre without precedent has taken place. Every inhabitant of several cities have been killed, even children. The assassins have a human appearance, but bullets don't seem to have any effect on them. They are fast, powerful, and ruthless. These demons look to be en route to their next destination, East City, urging citizens to run quickly and take shelter. Our heroes look on at the awful situation before their master instructs them to pack their bags. They need to go. But if this takes place roughly around a year before the 22nd World Tournament, surely they're walking into a slaughter. As the city of their current location lies in ruins, the children clearly get a kick out of their one-sided extermination. Meanwhile, Raditz chastises one of them, lecturing how she needs to focus more on teamwork. She must pay more attention to her comrades, while the others find a laugh in seeing their counterpart get told off. In the air, Chirito informs that was the last of them. All of the runners are dead now. When someone evades her detection, Mercenary Tao. He confidently sneers that these individuals must be the assassins everyone is talking about. The young girl is a bit bewildered. Who is this guy? She didn't even hear him arrive. Striking her in the back of the neck, Raditz Scouter is able to momentarily pick up on his power, which he describes as a mildly strong presence. Heading back over to the mercenary, he seems to have killed her, or at least knocked her out cold. He chuckles to himself, that's one down. This government contract is going to be easier than expected. But before he knows it, he's surrounded by her allies. Now there are a bit too many of them. It would be most wise to flee for now and... Though, he's no match for a full-grown Saiyan. Raditz delivers the same hit Tao himself did just a few moments ago, killing the assassin. The children gaze upon their fallen comrade. He killed Chirito! But their mentor scoffs that there is always someone stronger. That'll teach her to be more careful, causing her to push herself from the ground to exclaim that she's not dead. But that did really hurt. Kumpin chortles that he knew it. A guy that easily killed by Raditz couldn't be too strong. And so, in the following weeks, the Saiyans proved too much for Earth's defenses. And the genocide continued, relentlessly. Looking down upon his planet, Kami thinks out loud to Mr. Popo that he himself has to act. It's his duty as guardian. Kami is able to effortlessly slap away the blast of one of the youngsters. She furiously calls out to know who this is.
Divine punishment!
With that immense attack bearing down on the Saiyan child, her closest ally trembles. That can't be possible. Guardian busies himself with another one of the runs. Raditz and Kumpin head over to Chirito. The latter whimpering her name. His mentor awaits his response. But this time, she really is dead. Sending Raditz into a rage. But not for any sentimental reason. Only because he's going to get told off by the others again. As the invading Saiyan heads his way, Kami holds his current opponent by the neck. He snarls that they may look like children, but they are in fact demons, and he will have no mercy. Although Raditz is able to get in a shot on the Namekian, he's able to compose himself. However, he can tell that this adult is very strong. The duo glare down at Earth's last defender. Raditz apologizes, but he is responsible for the security of their younglings. They're his army's future after all. But army? The situation just got much worse than Kami feared. That's when the former recognizes his new foe. He's a Namekian, isn't he? Something at this point Kami himself doesn't even know. Regardless, Raditz believes this must be destiny. He's killed a bunch of his kind, and he'll just be the latest to join them. But before the blast is able to connect, Mr. Popo thinks quickly and gets the God of Earth out of the battlefield. Something that could have been useful many times in the official series. But this information isn't lost on the Saiyans, baffled how he could just disappear like that. Back on the lookout, Kami thanks him. Having the chance to feel up close the strength of this adult alien, he now knows how terrifying his power truly is. He can't even wound him. Again, with a big brain, Popo suggests they can surely trap him with magic, which is very possible. But if he's to be believed, there's an army of warriors just like him, and it's much worse than they imagined. They need to prepare for more invasions, and they need enough strength to push them all back. An entrapment spell would likely only work for so long, maybe even only once. And strong enough, what could that entail? Summoning Shenron, whether already in possession of the Dragon Balls or not, the serpent beckons what his user's wish shall be. Simple enough. Kami wants to have his full capabilities of Yonder returned to him. Surely this means youth. What could he also mean? Without hesitation, Shenron states it shall be done. As predicted, Kami is no longer the distinguished guardian we've always known, but a proud young warrior. Although, he senses he is not complete,
Next match should start in a minute.
causing the dragon to inform that the rest depends upon himself.
I'm free!
Shenron flies away. King Piccolo gathers himself and reveals to Kami that his pet dragon showed him everything. What a terrible guardian of Earth he's made. But if this is true, Piccolo must then know their plan. He wishes for the pair to once more become one. At least Piccolo can be free through Kami himself.
Dream on!
Though, running away won't work. This time, the god has taken precautions to assure the evildoer won't be able to leave this lookout on his own accord. But if that's the case, the demon figures he'll simply stand by and enjoy the show, taking his place on the edge of the floating sanctuary. He chortles that he
Flying Nimbus! Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Thanks.
Flying Nimbus!
Thanks. Welcome. Thank you.
Flying Nimbus! You found a power key. Go slot it. Great! You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now. Great! You know what to do with that key. You're gone! Let's go! Flying Nimbus! The startup system for the Super Time Machine is ready. Head there now.
Welcome. Whoa.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
It's gonna wait a couple of seconds.
The startup system. Here comes a bang. Stop it if you can. Retreat if you need to. Got it? I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Holy hell.
Let's go! What?
Likes these demons, although they do lack style. Commenting,
Oh, 8-1. That little one's good.
unfortunately, there's no time to spare. Kame relents that his evil half wins. Piccolo will be the base and in control of the fusion. He instructs him to place his hand upon him. Who leers at between two demons? Better the one you know, right? As the merger completes, the now singular Namekian screeches out that Piccolo Daimao is back, leaving Popo to only wonder what Kami has done. Blasting the genie in Sanctuary itself, Piccolo relishes in the full power of their youth, now on the side of evil. That's all Kami has managed to do. Though, he thinks he will put an end to these little invaders. After all, it's his job to make the humans suffer. while he heads off in the direction of the Saiyans. Wano finds himself on a sparsely inhabited island. The villagers cower in fear as one pleads for him to at least spare the children. But what do they take him for? Not a complete monster worthy of drop-kicking a giant wood chipper.
No, no, no! That lacks cruelty! What a waste! It's better to attack them one at a time.
After showcasing his superior speed, the fused Namekian grabs the kid, growling that the right way to do this is to make your prey suffer slowly. And see the fear spread across their face as he hoists his foe into the air. Before finally
Killing them in front of their close ones!
I'm getting tired of this Namekian! Severely injuring the Saiyan, the invader can only wonder how he's gotten so much stronger. As the kids begin to shake and ironically shout, he's a monster, and they should run for it. The Namek cynically smiles for the little ones not to leave. Raditz dashes towards him and questions what exactly the Simple Soul is hoping for. His scouter is transmitting everything happening here. He can kill the 5 of them, but others will come. Thousands even. But Piccolo is looking forward to it. What a beautiful carnage it'll be. So do tell his little friends. Send their army. His own will be waiting. With the Saiyan dropping lifeless, the villagers all run out cheering and shouting for their savior, thanking him for saving their lives. But this only prompts the Namekian to laugh.
Savior, no.
He raises his hand to extinguish them as well. When he gets an idea, it would be pretty cruel to allow these Cretans to rebuild, only for the Saiyans to come back and destroy them later. The evildoer bellows out to all the wretched creatures of Earth. They can tell everyone that the world's torment has only just started. Piccolo Daimao is back, and 1,000 times stronger than ever before. Piccolo Daimao. Some of the villagers already know that name, resulting in a wave of fear to encompass them. Alas, the end of humanity by the Saiyans has been avoided. But at what cost in the exchange? Will the demons fend off the coming invasions? Or are we all damned to eternal suffering?
Universe 4. Age 774. The realm of Super Buu. A small voice seems to be emanating from the Majin's head. Buu's voice itself, actually, explaining to someone they are now smaller than a flea. Another voice replies, they're gonna need to find an exit after taking care of Buu. Goku and Vegeta, of course. But the villain taunts, they will never find their way out of here, and they're going to die. But scoffing, not necessarily. The prince grabs hold of Fat Buu's cocoon. Spotting the villain up to something, Goku calls out for his rival. But it's too late, and he's consumed by his surroundings. Steam firing from his pores. The Kais look on with a sense of horror in their stomachs. Our hero demanding to know what happened, as Goku now appears in a new area. Buu announces he's taking advantage of his new transformation to move the warrior to a part of his body where he does not house his absorbed beings. As we see Vegeta has been ensnared, mocking he's done being given trouble. Vegeta stands before us. With this most recent absorption, not only does the Majin's power skyrocket, but his intelligence also greatly improves. Feeling the changes, he can feel the prince is a very motivated individual, mostly of wanting to face Goku. Chuckling, he owes it to himself to give Vegeta that satisfaction. Before taunting our hero, he won't be able to escape this place, and this will be his final battle. Not sensing anything from the outside of Buu, Goku notes he won't be able to simply teleport his way out of here, and the walls are too strong for him to merely blast through. So, he decides to defeat the villain here, once and for all. In the world of the Kais, the Elder growls Goku is about to get himself killed. Going on how Buu has not reabsorbed the others that were detached by the Saiyans, so Buu can still get even stronger. Kibito Kai resolving to go himself. Maybe he can at least pose as a distraction from the outside to give our hero a fighting chance.
Running away is useless. Tired already? Kame!
Smokescreen. That'll never.
Can we not be left alone? All right, enough! He's gone.
Looking on, Dende recognizes Kibito Kai in the distance. While Goku knows he must take advantage of this opportunity, believing from in here, the Earth shouldn't be at risk. And the Kaio is either unconscious or dead. Buu figures with that settled, he still has a battle waiting for him, even if his opponent stands no chance.
Sorry for making you...
Having depleted all of his strength, Goku falls back to his base form. And to his horror, Buu simply regenerates. Chuckling, he's impressed. If the Saiyan had used that attack on the outside, he may have actually been completely obliterated, along with the planet and entire solar system, calling it quite the beautiful finale. Without hesitating, he welcomes our hero to his new home, reaching out to absorb him. The God of Earth laying witness to the last of their defenses, succumbing to the monster. Buu even reabsorbs Gohan and the others, becoming more powerful than one could imagine. With this, he resolves to destroy the Earth as previously planned. But hesitating, he realizes he doesn't want to anymore. After Goku and the others became a part of him, their will to save the world is too much, giving the Majin an affinity for the planet as well. In fact, he wants to fix it now, shouting for Dende to gather the dragon.
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Is anyone out there?
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. You found a power key. Go slot it. Great. You know what to do with that key. A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now. That's a new power key. Place it now. Great. You know what to do with that key. Holy hell. Bastard.
I pressed the wrong button and came off my Nimbus. Some greasy fingers.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
I owe you one. Oh, man. Gotta get the hell out of here! Thought I was a gun in here.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back. Hey, great! You found another power. Use it quick!
Help me! Thanks.
Flying Nimbus!
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
What's the big idea? Thought I was a gun in here.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Flying Nimbus!
An ally needs your help. Welcome. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. I've sent a new super transfer. Sorry, that'll have to do for now. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Oh no.
The startup system is under attack. Retreat
This is
if you
not
need
good.
to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
This is not good.
Dragon Balls to undo everything that's been done. Well, mostly everything. Who? Shaking. Notes it'll take 4 months for the balls to be usable again, but he'll do his best, not sensing any evil intent or deception within him. Satan asks if this means everything will go back to normal, leaving the pair to wonder, has he become good? Strolling up to Kibito Kai, he's happy to discover he's still alive, but very close to death. He turns him into a cookie, eating him. So, probably not good per se. Walking off, he states he feels like doing some training now. And working fast, Dende is able to reactivate the Dragon Balls in only a few days, reviving everyone killed since the World Tournament, and undoing the destruction the Majin has done. Amazed to see they're still alive, Krillin can't sense Goku or the others, but a voice assures them it's okay, as they are all still alive, inside of him, before explaining they won't be seeing their friends anymore, and that's just how it has to be, but he will leave this planet in peace. Then questions Bulma, "You there, you're pretty smart, aren't you?" absorbing her into his collection, to the terror of the surviving Z-Fighters. Noting the lack of change in his physical form, his body must have recently stabilized, but he can feel a great difference in his intelligence, happily bidding the rest farewell, very similar to how Goku would have, but promises to visit from time to time as he takes off into the sky. And that's how the long story of Super Buu would begin, going on to absorb anyone with interesting skills. He'd travel the universe committing both good and evil, depending on his mood. 4 years later, the Majin excelled in just about everything, and given his special abilities, he was able to be many places at once, one of which is available to the public 24/7 in a giant palace. A message at the gate reading, "Buu, omnipotence God, I'll grant your wish, or kill you. Stay in line." Inside the castle walls, a giant line of people patiently wait their turn. Even the evil wizard Hoi has ventured to this place, not able to see where the crowd ends. He thinks to himself, it's quite odd that it's taking hours to slowly move towards the Majin. But then again, in the presence of Buu, disorderly conduct would most likely immediately be dealt with.
Gorgor the Great doesn't wait in line!
Stupid!
Dad, I'm hungry!
As Gorkor the Great smolders, someone asks another if he'll hold his place while he runs to the bathroom, who refuses to, but strangely enough, offers him a glass jar to do his business in, who's grossed out to find it's not empty. Which, to be fair, the frog guy did bring it for himself. As the hours droned on, Hoi got close enough to hear the wishes of the others. I want to be immortal! Denied. I want the power to save the people I love. So cliche. And your heart isn't even close to being pure. Denied. I want 1,000 wishes. Denied. I want to be able to read people's true hearts. Granted. Now with the ability to see right through everyone in line, the man is overwhelmed at his new powers, before realizing they're all just terrible people. As the Majin lays eyes upon a familiar face, Videl, who wants Gohan and his friends back, but instead of killing her, he simply mutters for her to stop coming here, snapping his fingers and teleporting her back to Earth. Before she vanishes, she shouts that he was nice once, pleading for him to remember her father. Next is a Ratman, who begs to know the meaning of life, the universe, everything. Cookies. Isn't it 40 cookies? Go. Now. Eventually, Hoi would finally get his turn, beckoning the almighty Buu to please unseal this magical music box. Upon asking what's inside, the wizard reveals a great hero has been imprisoned there. Finding this white lie humorous, Buu figures it will spice things up for a second. Arising from the box, Tapion demands to know why he's been freed. Hoi, once again, asking if he's happy to be out of his entrapment. The hero turns to Buu, shouting he shouldn't have done this. Asking why, he merely screams to be sent back in the box, as a random person calls for him to get in line like everyone else. Beautiful! Bravo! Even though the spectator's situation appears dire, they are all under Buu's protection and have nothing to worry about. But Tapion growls Hoi killed his brother, and he's going to make sure this monster of his stays sealed away forever, causing the wizard to command Hirudegarn to attack. Trying to free up only mere seconds to begin his song, knowing once he starts playing, the beast won't be able to move, as it bends down to pick up Hoi, who continues to shout commands. Finding interest in a magical creature like himself, his endless travels, absorptions, and powers allow him to see this giant was created by tiny, wrinkly sorcerers. Muttering he can hear his thoughts, his laments, hating his life as a servant after previously living as an idol, admitting he didn't get in line, but nonetheless deserves his wish of peace. Turning Hirudegarn into stone.
No! My creature! What have they done?
Your time has come to an end!
Don't you dare! I'm still a powerful sorcerer, you know!
And with the demise of the wizard, Tapion notices the palace putting itself back together, all on its own. A few more hours would pass, the now truly freed hero, taking his turn in line after discovering Boo can grant near any wish.
Can you bring my brother back?
Sure.
Really? Just like that?
Just like that. A new life began for Tapion and Minosia, and a new era and new civilization. They still had each other, which was more than enough for them. Boo would go on to grant another million or so wishes before getting bored, as we wonder, what other escapades could he get into? In Universe 6, on May 26, age 767, Son Goku sacrificed himself to save the world, taking King Kai's planet with him, and causing the dreaded Bojack gang, who were previously imprisoned by the Kaiyos, to be set free. Feeling the fight between Gohan and Cell, the space pirates decided to head towards these strange powers. Sometime later, they arrived to Earth and attacked our heroes who tried to stop them, but the Bojack gang arose as the superior warriors. Though Trunks proved to be quite the match, quickly dispatching Kogu. Even the greatest fighters of the planet would fall. Gohan on the brink of death, only being watched by his father from Otherworld. Goku would wait too long to intervene, and his child would fall at the hands of Bojack. Piccolo being the first to sense what has happened. It's obvious to him, even from a distance, the young warrior won't be getting back up.
Get out of my way!
Spotting the Namekian fighting solo, Trunks glances around for Gohan, also discovering what has happened. Ensnared once more, he falls out of the Super Saiyan form, while Piccolo lets himself get distracted. His foe jeering he'd just give up. Who knows? Maybe he'll become Bojack's favorite slave, but the Namek isn't ready to throw in the towel.
Who's next?
But looking around, it seems the space pirates know something we don't. Bojack quipping, his current fight isn't over. Having enough fun and playing around, their leader orders his crew to finish off the surviving warriors.
How dare you make a fool of the Prince of All Saiyans!
Bojack realizes this isn't merely another weak blast. Deciding to use one of his cronies to hold off the attack for him. The villain wisely sneaks up on Vegeta from behind to end him for good, while Trunks looks over, calling out for his father. It finally dawns on Bojack the pair's relationship. Laughing aloud at this revelation, he assures him not to worry, as he will soon be joining him. In acceptance of what just happened, Goku senses all of his friends perish. But on the bright side, appearing at the check-in station, at least now he'll have some more company in Otherworld. The boy apologizing to his father for not being able to release his anger. But our hero tells his son it's okay, as they're going to strike back, questioning Yema if the dead can really return to the world of the living for one day. He admits they can, but refuses to grant it to Goku and his friends. In mass confusion, he goes on to explain the dead can't interfere with the affairs of the living, and their motivations are selfish. He'd consider an exception, say if the universe was in danger, but Bojack isn't that type, like Cell for instance, to want to destroy it. And for one of the very few times, Goku's left helpless to assist the Earth. Over the ensuing weeks, Bojack reduced the people of Earth to a planet of slaves, commanding they build a palace, luxurious enough for his liking. Taking it easy for a few months, he eventually grew bored with the tranquility, and would venture to new planets to conquer them with his gang. The Empire of the Frost Demons was quickly replaced by the Empire of Bojack. In most universes, not disclosed which, we peer in on planet Jaina at the Jackal's secret base. A scientist expresses his approval in some recent test results, and their subjects will be able to give a demonstration within a week. Looking behind him, it appears to be some sort of prison. Zooming in on an elderly man with an eye patch, whatever these people's situation is, it sounds rather dire. as he talks about how the project will have to be perfect, as they've invested all the city's resources on it. If they fail, the demons Polar and Cold will destroy them all with ease. And we can assume the smaller of these two warriors shown is King Cold, but Polar is a completely unfamiliar name up to this point, possibly a brother or unknown son of the tyrant. But his colleague urges he not worry, believing the subjects will prove superior, boasting their new technology is perfect, and they won't have merely 2 or 3 invincible demons, but an entire army. Pulling up files on their subjects, his personal favorite to defeat Cold is Commander Sugui, who has a power of 780,000. Next is Lieutenant Baido, whose strength is much less, but still formidable at 160,000. Both volunteers for this project. Another volunteer being a former firefighter by the name of Wooljak, who nearly rivals Baido in combat, before stumbling upon some familiar criminals who are all prisoner subjects and not willing participants, all much weaker than those previously mentioned. Bojack, habitual criminal, power 110,000. Zangya, professional swindler, 65,000. Newcomer Goanna, mercenary, 48,000. Gakuwa, or Kogu, unspecified offender, 45,000. And finally, the orphan Bujin, who unlike the previous 4 mentioned, is speculated to be a volunteer rather than a prisoner, though it isn't confirmed. The scientist is a bit reluctant to trust the captives, questioning how they know the Low Bay, but as Underling assures, they are very much under control, and he will see during the demonstration, everything is going to be okay. But if only they could have seen the Curb Your Enthusiasm meme coming, as the entire compound has fallen into complete chaos and destruction. Sugui, Baido, and other soldiers confront Bojack, demanding to know if he's the one responsible for the slaughter. The pair familiar with each other, the pirate confesses he's dreamt of beating down the commander for a long time now, maybe even more so than the scientists who have been experimenting on him during his entrapment here. But Sugui finds his demeanor foolish, as it's well known he alone is more powerful than Bojack and all his cronies combined. Though that is a trend the villain intends to put an end to, as these countless experiments have proved to have a latent effect on him.
What the? Is he changing colors? I'll show you! Holy Sword! Incredible! Bojack's power is on par with Commander Sugui! No, he's become even stronger.
The face-off coming to its end. Bojack admits he's impressed the commander managed to survive, but now that he's exhausted all of his strength.
I will never be defeated by you. Never!
With the most powerful of his opposition dead, Bojack looks up at the bystanders, asking if they have something to say. Zangya piping up. She's always admired his work, wanting to join forces as his follower. He too knows of her skills, claiming there is no one more deceptive or opportunistic in this world, welcoming her to the crew. Lieutenant Baido, ripping off his sash in renouncement of his current alliance, also vows himself to his new leader, so long as his journey involves violence. One by one, the others also declare their loyalty to Bojack, though Koju seems a bit uncertain. When a man begins pleading with everyone to be reasonable, Bojack is a murderer and criminal, reminding their goals to take down Cold, Polar, and Snower, who have pillaged their planet, their civilization. The apparently not-so-shy kid then severs the top of his head, telling him to shut up, while maintaining that defeated look on his face. Nothing further. Bojack barks for everyone who approves of his leadership to follow. Hiding away, the orphan Bujin, who seems very scared and unsure of himself, peeking out to find the rebellions flying away. He decides to follow. While Bojack's story would differ greatly through the many universes, for now, we're left to wonder his relationship with Kat and the other benevolent fighters of Universe 6. Shortly after the second round of the Multiverse Tournament, the Vargas careen a ship to escort a handful of contestants back home.
some of them more bitter than others. On board, one of the operators questions won't they regret not watching the rest of the event. After all, this isn't just a once-in-a-lifetime type of thing. It's actually rather hard to quantify now that I think about it. But the pirate merely scoffs this off, uttering, "Who cares? Let's get this over with. I miss my palace." Xenia takes the opportunity to snarkily ask which palace he means. Though now that she mentions it, all of them actually. At the same time, Ujin appears to possibly be whispering something to one of the Vargas. And way in the back stand the Magic Girls. Furthering his pompous hollering, Bojack squabbles on how he doesn't want to hear about the other universes ever again. After this little tournament, all voyages will be banned. And glancing back at the aforementioned Magic Warriors, the villain thinks that fortunately for him, there will be something to distract him and his gang once they return back home. Moments later, the ship phases into their dimension without incident. Upon inquiring which group should be dropped off first, Bojack insists to the pilot that honor should go to the young ladies, of course. All of which sport a face that can be best described as confident skepticism. Jet simply, and sarcastically, replies how sweet a gesture that is. Landing below on planet Zitral 4, the Magic Girls step onto the exit platform, but something has the Vargas confused. Does Bojack's crew intend on leaving with them? The brute comments on how he needs some air. As they make their descent, the same Birdman doesn't remember this landscape at all. Did they really find him here before the tournament? However, she doesn't vocalize this concern. Bojack pompously quips, "What is this dump?" Prompting Mai to swing her head around asking if the tough guy has something to say. But of course he doesn't. At any rate, the reluctant time has finally come to bid their new feather-headed friends farewell, thanking them for everything. They can go home now. That's when Xenia realizes, did that girl just try to provoke Bojack? The Varga interjects that she thought they just wanted some quick fresh air. Doesn't he want to be dropped off on his own world? Jet assures that if Bojack and his crew want to visit their planet, they're more than welcome here. Which seals it for Xenia. This is a trap. The birds don't waste any time and quickly move back to the tournament grounds, as Xenia urges her boss not to play their game. But the pirate tells her to hang on and wait for the Vargas to leave. That's what is most important right now. Inside the ship, the pilot found the mood down there very strange. Her comrade rolls his eyes and says that isn't their problem. It's time to go. On the ground, Jet informs her allies it's time. They're all alone now. Bojack feels the same. They're finally alone and masters of their own universe. He tells his grunts that they're gonna start by shredding these little wenches and take care of their planet. Looks like they missed it during all their years of pillaging. Interestingly enough, Ujin doesn't appear as amped up as his counterparts. Replying to his statement, the blonde heroine utters that Bojack didn't miss their home planet. Her and her friends have simply chosen a quiet place to finish this, as they're here to kill him. Year 778, around 16 years ago, we get a look at the sacred temple where the magic powers of the Chosen Ones were developed. Someone who appears to be a priestess inquires to another about a new gift of some kind. Though it's not that cut and dry, her comrade replies that they're still studying the case. Asking her to elaborate, she explains that this new gift either means she's gonna have the power to turn people into cats, or Lynn has the power to transform herself into a cat. The priestess, finding this interesting, questions what Lynn thinks about all this. But unfortunately, they're also studying ways to transform her back into a person. Just as someone else comes running in from out of nowhere shouting, "Death! Death!" Trying to figure out exactly what she's talking about. The woman continues to go on saying thousands of people will die, before she can even fully explain. What she refers to makes itself known. A trio of familiar pirates. Even in their earlier days, Xenia chastises her boss for what a pain he is. This city was the pinnacle of civilization. Art, fashion, goldsmithing, everything was here. She wanted to make herself a palace, and he just goes in and destroys everything without warning. However, the brute has a dissenting view of things. He himself can't stand pretentious people all dressed up like they're a walking carnival or something. His comrade argues.
carnival of terror begin. Give me the Dragon Ball.
I have none.
Very well then. Give me the Dragon Ball.
You won't get your wish.
You have my thanks. Give me the Dragon Ball.
Even if I had one, why would I give it?
Where are the Dragon Balls?
I can't help you. Sorry.
You're a fool! Where are the Dragon Balls? Very well. I'll make sure your death is quick. Where are the Dragon Balls?
I don't have any.
You're a fool! Go! Eradicate them!
Here goes!
This is it! All right!
Dragon Fist!
That's called refinement, something he obviously doesn't know about. As the two continue to butt heads, Bujin figures here comes the hissy fit. Lowering herself to his emotional maturity, Zangia offers her apologies to Chief Bojack. She was only having a stupid little tantrum. Will he ever forgive her? And with exchanging a few more words of the situation, Bojack ushers him to the next town. He doesn't like the smell of smoke here. In present time, Jet screams, 356,000 dead. That includes all of their families. Bojack chuckles, so they hate him. There are people everywhere who hate him. This is nothing new. Which Bujin takes as the perfect opportunity to contradict his boss. Actually, this time there is something new. Baffled, he questions his underling what he's doing. Who responds in an annoyed tone, "I'm betraying you, moron," before telling Zangia she still has a chance to surrender if she'd like to take it. Furious, the pirate's voice scrapes that Bujin disappoints him. He's going to die with him. That's all he will get. Turning to Kat, Jet tells her that's her cue.
What's the...
That's when it dawns on Xenia she's unable to fly. She can feel the gravity. They made him weak. Kat mocks Bojack, asking if he can't keep up, wanting to know how it feels finding himself in the same position as his countless victims. Retorting with his usual vulgarity, the villain screams that when he gets his strength back, there will be nowhere in the universe where she will be able to hide. The statement causes Kat to smile. Little Bojack really thought he would be imprisoned? Judged? He really thought his life wasn't over? Kat questions if it's because she's a girl. Does that make her not look like an executioner? Springing into action, Xenia won't let them have their way. Kat is the only real warrior among them. The rest of the girls are normal. Possibly remembering Sid's fight with Emperor Vegeta, where she couldn't even move under the gravity of the ring. Defending his new comrades, Bujin asks if Xenia really forgot him already. Gaining his footing, he comments that she was the one who always sided with this brute. Now she can watch him die. With some words of her own, she argues that they had no choice but to side with Bojack. That includes him too. It was support him or die. She reminds Bujin that he himself was nothing before him, a ridiculous introvert. Bujin actually agrees with this statement. But unlike her and Bojack, he evolved. Bojack is still dim, and Xenia is still a liar. Continuing her monologue, Kat tells him to think again. At the same time, Bojack falls to his knees knowing full well he can't transform. Kat sentences him to death by hundreds of justices, including those of his own people. Xenia unleashes a sadistic smile at Bujin's words. Liar. He forgot murderer. Slicing Bujin's neck. Turns out the others are a little less normal than Xenia gave him credit for. At least under the current conditions, they are easily able to overwhelm her. They shout out that she is also sentenced to death. As someone else moves in that previously didn't catch much attention before. That girl. It's her. Flashing back again, the magic warriors prepare a dangerous plan. Congregating, Jet makes her case to the Elder that Mai's powers are their only chance. Though the Elder argues that she must realize they must remain near Bojack for more than 30 hours, right? Mai herself makes a proposal. She'll get hired on as a servant in his palace. Over several weeks, she'll have enough time to synchronize with him. As soon as she's ready, she'll block his powers and any assassin can take care of him. But the problem there is Bojack has no servants, only slaves, and he often kills them. Mai doubles down that this is a risk worth taking. As a psychic from before informs, it won't be necessary. Beings from elsewhere will arrive in 4 months. They will give them an opportunity to stand alongside Bojack. For now, their goal is they must manage to generate energy that will attract them. With a blade at her neck, Xenia makes one final plea to Bujin to kill that girl. The one called Mai. She's the one who controls their strength. Stop her and the 3 of them are saved. Still holding the wound at his throat that she caused, Bujin gargles out that he has always known that. With Bojack finally dealt with, Kat turns her sights onto Xenia, who pathetically begs for her to wait. She didn't get a chance to make her choice. She sides with them now. But making a wise decision, the Bojack gang finally falls for good. With everything coming to a settle, Sid mentions that since Bujin helped him in the end, the rest of them think it's only fair for his death sentence to be reconsidered. Though what's worrisome about him is that his powers will come back eventually and he could be dangerous. However, they're never given a chance to decide what his fate will be. The matter has already resolved itself. Finally, the galactic rampage of the Bojack gang was ended. Peace would finally return to the heroes of Universe 6, and the long process of rebuilding and healing would begin. Meanwhile, the other world of this realm, Goku runs up to Vegeta to excitedly exclaim Bojack's dead. Just as thrilled, Vegeta can't wait to go to hell to kick his butt for some revenge. Unfortunately, he's not going to have a butt to kick. Since he's going through the purification machine, he won't get to keep his body, much to the frustration of the battle-hungry warrior. At last, the story of Universe 6 comes to an end.
Guys, we found another match to start in 2 minutes.
Wouldn't be the main players in it. At least their killers were finally given the fates they so deserved.
Namek, December 18th, 762. Our heroes travel from Earth to find the Dragon Balls to revive their deceased friends. This story happened in Universe 7. Landing on the Green Planet, Bulma scolds her fellow astronauts as they immediately rushed out of the spacecraft before they could even perform an atmospheric test to see if the air was breathable. Waving the Dragon Radar in the air, she resolves they just begin searching for the Dragon Balls now. But something strange happens, as it doesn't seem to pick up their signal. Krillin joining her questions if she zoomed out. Maybe it's simply too zeroed in on their current location. But having passed IT 101, of course she did. Before he suggests, maybe it doesn't work on Namekian Dragon Balls. While the pair continue to banter in the background, Gohan calls out. He feels a great power. Could it be Frieza? Krillin, giving proper attention, senses the same. Before they realize it, it's heading right for him. Without a chance to hide, the source shows itself. Not correctly reading the tone of the situation, Gohan saunters on over to the native, chirping, "Hello, Mr. Namek!" Staring at the visitors with a less than warm expression, he demands to know who they stole this Namekian ship from, causing Krillin to nervously spout it was given to him. But Gohan points out they didn't exactly ask permission, when the Namek utters, "You will pay for," before an attack ball, or one of Frieza's pods, zooms behind the gang, landing a few miles away. Our heroes don't have to take too many guesses who may be inside of it, believing it immediately to be Vegeta. Krillin admits how he could possibly have recovered from his injuries so soon. Thinking aloud, the warrior wonders if this is the beginning of a second invasion, while the Earthlings try to clear everything up. How they aren't with that guy who just landed. In fact, he killed a bunch of their friends, one of which being a Namekian, and they've only ventured here to revive them. But having enough talk, the native decides he'll simply read their minds to obtain the information he needs. While the pod smolders in the crater, its door slowly creaks open, as whoever's inside prepares to wreak havoc on this world. Naturally, Vegeta. Disgusted, he's reduced to relying on his scouter once again, sensing only a single power level. A giant one, pondering if Frieza could possibly be here alone. Back with the others, the man finally understands our heroes have good intentions and are not a threat or malevolent in any way, admitting their story is an amazing one, and there were indeed Dragon Balls here. But as of a few days ago, that is no longer the case. And around the same time, he himself was not the only being to inhabit this planet. Going back to less than a week ago, we find a desolated village, the Frieza Force being the culprits, going place to place collecting the Dragon Balls, leaving destruction and death in their wake. This being Frieza's first time seeing one of the Wish Orbs in person, finding the crystal intriguing. Scoping out the next, it's not far away, causing the Emperor to cackle. Immortality is close at hand. As elsewhere on Namek, the Grand Elder senses his people fading one by one, and a sinister monster is upon them. Making his decision, he believes the only way to save the survivors is to sacrifice himself, urging Nail to take his power. Naturally, Nail is scared and confused by Guru's words, vowing he could never do such a thing, but is later admitting he hasn't much time left in the realm of the living either way. At least this way, he can still be useful. Also, if the young warrior were to accept, the Elder could actually live much longer within Nail, and perhaps many more lives could be saved. Getting a look at yet another broken village, a beaten local scowls at the Space Lord as he hovers over him, swearing that even if he does manage to collect all the Dragon Balls, he'll never get his wish. When the orb turns to stone, signifying Nail has made his decision. Frieza commanding he explain what he's done. Barking, he thinks he can stop him from getting his wish by doing this. Zarbon's ball also changing, noting he believes it to have affected the entire collection of them. The native falling to his knees as tears drench his face, knowing full well this means the Grand Elder is no more. But the tyrant still thinks this is all just an elaborate trick, going on to shout he doesn't understand. It's over. There are no more Dragon Balls, and Frieza will never have his wish. But all this leaves the dictator with is more motivation to slaughter every Namekian in this village to see if that changes the man's mind about what has happened. At the same time, the new Nail beelines towards the chaos, finding one of his fellow Nameks down. It seems he's too late to save all of them. Furious, he gazes towards the people responsible for the senseless violence. But the men quickly find out what they're in for.
How dare you slaughter my children!
Making his way to Frieza himself, Dodoria gently scoffs. This one is tougher than the others. Calling out to his lord, he's on it. Killing him with a single shot, Zarbon sees the reality of the situation, knowing this guy must be more powerful than even the Ginyu Force. Appreciating such strength, Frieza has a proposal for Nail, requesting he join his elite army. Not even entertaining the question, the Namek demands they leave the planet immediately, otherwise he'll kill them too. Taking offense, the tyrant wants to teach this guy a lesson, as he mustn't be aware who the fearsome Lord Frieza even is, shouting out if the native even knows his power. Interrupting the dictator with a kick to the face, Nail has reached the point of no return. Powering up to his second form, Frieza bellows he'll regret what he's just done. Proving too much for the combined forces of Guru and Nail, the alien invaders emerge victorious. Frieza still determined to search for the Dragon Balls. If they don't change back, he'll simply destroy this stupid planet. Seeming to be the tearful Namek from before, spots Nail lying on the ground, who has since pulled himself up as his regeneration abilities have vastly improved. Reaching out, he tells the other,
I'm sorry, my son. We thought we could repel these invading forces, but their strength was more than we believed.
When the man realizes the Grand Elder isn't dead after all, merely residing in Nail, that means not all hope is lost. And this is only the beginning, begging Nail to take his power as well, and the others, as the entirety of the Namekian people are willing to become one with Nail in order to defeat this demon. Living as a single being would be much better than getting slaughtered one by one. As a few hours pass, things almost seem calm on the green world. Arriving in another village, a soldier thinks it's really strange they previously detected many powers here, and now, not a single one. Even the villagers from before have vanished off the scouters, and not having found a single additional Dragon Ball, Frieza has had it with this world, vowing to crush it.
Destroy, crush, you only know destruction. But as long as there's life in me, Namek will not be destroyed. Your life, on the other hand, ends here.
Growing annoyed with Nail's pestering appearances, one of the henchmen timidly point out he seems bigger this time around. The Namek reminding how useless it is to search for the Dragon Balls.
Now I'm mad. Let me reveal my true power. Transform again, as many times as you'd like. It won't change anything.
Charging its death ball and screaming for Nail to die, along with this entire stupid planet. The warrior calmly utters,
He who lives by the sword will perish by the sword.
As Frieza realizes he can't move, Nail has paralyzed him in place.
Go to hell!
And the death of Frieza brings us back full circle to Gohan and the others, elated to discover Vegeta won't even stand a chance against this guy. Bulma suggesting he can just create a new set of Dragon Balls. But unfortunately, he does not possess that power, as he is a warrior, not a member of the Dragon Clan, and he's lost some abilities with the fusions. Qui and Vegeta peering in from a distance, the former trembling, this guy must be the one who eliminated Frieza and everyone else. That's why there's been no response. The Prince grumbling, he better not believe this little setback will be enough to save his life, still holding on to the grudge. But putting the focus back on our heroes, he wonders, how did the Earthlings manage to make it all the way out here? When Qui, trying to save his own skin, stammers he never really liked Frieza anyway, asking if he thinks those dragon things are still here. Continuing, the Namek tells he cannot make Dragon Balls, and he cannot have children, believing himself truly to be the last of the Namekians. Apologizing, these Voyagers made their trip for nothing. Without a choice, the gang decides to just turn around and head back to Earth. Piping up, Gohan questions, "Mr. Nail, you look like Mr. Piccolo. I'll help you if I can." Thanking the child for his generosity, the Namek has decided he won't go by that name anymore, given that he's changed so much. And from here on out, he will be referred to as Gas Karkle. And leaving us with a smile, Gast sneaks up on Vegeta and Kui, knowing they were watching all along, explaining he plans to commandeer the spaceship of their leader to explore the universe in search of a solution to revive the Namekian people. And this pair should know how to operate such a vessel. If not, he could just kill them now. And though the ultimate fate of the prince and his Frieza Force rival isn't revealed today, Gast wouldn't find a solution to his problem until the Vargas inevitably track down the Namek to invite him to the Inter-Universal Tournament. At the edge of the galaxy lies the planet Ikarion, famous for hosting a city as large as a small country, whose sole function is to collect and preserve knowledge and cultures of all known worlds. Its people, the Alkmenians, are neutral by nature and ensure the safety of their city through treaty agreements with the planet's neighboring civilizations. Though, such alliances are quite useless when it's the Frost Demons who seek your allegiance, as inside this gigantic structure, someone shouts, "You're slow on the uptake, great sage!" In such detailed talent and artwork that is so not right for Dragon Ball, a man barters with Cooler, beckoning their knowledge is for all who seek it and are willing to learn. But the Frost Demon declares the information of this world is now his and his alone, as is the planet itself. The native pleading, their people have enjoyed peace for eons now, so why do this today? Cooler snipping, the man misunderstands. The only reason their world has been left alone for so long is simply because its distant location in the universe. Nothing more. Demanding the natives of the planet surrender power immediately. Further barking, he takes solace in the fact that he sees their information as a potential weapon. Otherwise, this kingdom would already be reduced to ashes. When Salsa shouts out for his leader, spotting Frieza's ship in the sky. But as we know, and as Cooler knows, Frieza met his end on Namek somehow. So his brother deduces, whoever is piloting that ship is either a scavenger or the executioner. Spouting, this is the ship of his brother, Prince Frieza, and this man is going to tell him exactly how it came into his possession, bluntly inquiring if he was the one who killed him. But calmly emerging, Gast merely questions if Cooler really wants to challenge him, or will he instead be wiser than his sibling? Not taking kindly to resistance, Salza powers his blade, shouting how dare he speak to Lord Cooler in that way, begging his master to let him take him out. But surprisingly, his leader advises against it. Even Gast growls the Armored Squadron member should listen to his boss. But bellowing for silence. Using the opportunity to mercilessly take down Cooler. The Galactic Prince still clings to life, though his men are shredded to pieces. And unfortunately, Gast has not come here to talk to him, ending the Space Lord for good. In the palace, one of the natives is elated to see their problem has been solved, but his elder presses not to get carried away, as nothing assures this man is not merely another tyrant. Though, presenting himself before him, the Namek explains the situation. Given he cannot reproduce, and the Dragon Balls are no more, he has searched the universe to find a way to save his people. Since this is a planet of knowledge, he hopes they will have a solution for his predicament. But it's revealed, the Namekians decided against sharing their information. Nevertheless, as thanks for his intervention, they will reach out to other worlds to seek a solution. But the issue remains. The murder of Prince Cooler will undoubtedly attract the wrath of King Cold, and this entire galaxy will suffer from his mourning. And there is little question he will come to this planet and destroy it, Gast being the only one who could hope to stand up against him. It's brought up, he must annihilate him. But the Namek scoffs he is no one's to command. Though he's reminded, if this planet is destroyed, the chance of him restoring his people is greatly reduced, introducing a child called Thorn, who will act as his guide. But Gast doesn't believe the aid of a kid will do much to help him. The natives press not to underestimate the younger generation of this world, as the people here are renowned for their knowledge, questioning if he agrees to save them once more. Reluctantly, Gast brings the youngster to the ship, who couldn't be happier to get a look at a royal Imperial vessel. Running around, he abruptly stops, finding Vegeta and Qui. He asks who they are. Since Gast himself didn't know how to fly this thing, he, hired these two pilots, releasing them from suspended animation. He demands they lead him to their Emperor. Beginning the journey, Thorn mentions the controls of the ship aren't too complex, so next time, he shouldn't have any issues in taking the helm. Either way, it's projected they'll arrive on Cold Planet 1 tomorrow, and with any luck, they'll hold the element of surprise and their foe won't even see it coming, or have time to prepare. But Vegeta pipes up, piffing they not be ignorant. Cold's empire is vast, and his spies are everywhere. There is no doubt he's already aware of Cooler and Frieza's demise, and is fully anticipating their arrival. And the Emperor will be more than prepared to avenge his sons. The day would pass, and the crew arrives at Cold's personal planet. Descending upon a very alien-looking palace, Gas turns to his captives, alerting they're free since they're no longer needed. Flying away, Vegeta has never been so insulted, but at least he's alive. Gazing up at enormous statues, the Namek gets his first look at his opponent, even stating this aloud. But stepping in, a voice utters, "Not quite!" Presenting himself in his final form, Cold questions how his visitor likes his kingdom. But having no desire to make friendly with this tyrant, Gast quips it illustrates the megalomania that thrives so well in his bloodline. Thorn trembling, already knowing what Cold's original form means for his strength. Explaining, this state's power threshold is so high, even the Frost Demons themselves struggle to control it. And if rumors are true, and Frieza's final form is about the same as Cold's second, one can only imagine what strength he bears.
Whoa! Did that wake you up? You're completely irresponsible. You could have destroyed the whole planet. That shut you up, huh? Just who do you think you are?
Meanwhile, in the palace, Queen Vegeta search for a way off the planet, getting lost in its maze-like architecture. Staring at the battle, the prince merely mutters the word, "Terrifying." Coming over to question what he's talking about, the pair get a look at Cold's death ball, amazed he could pack so much energy in such a small attack. Knowing the impending massacre, they resolve to get out of here quick. But upon finding only a single space pod, Qui seems to have had a change of heart regarding his rival, having survived so much with him during their imprisonment by Gast, deciding it won't be comfortable, but there is enough room for the both of them. But Vegeta hasn't changed. Proving to be just as sinister as ever, the prince laughs aloud he'd even consider the idea of sharing it, leaving Qui to die on this world, one way or another.
5 seconds until shuttle launch.
Good! That's enough! Thorn, find some cover.
Even with the ground beneath the pair rumbling, the kid tries to find a safe place, if at all possible. When Vegeta's pod is seen dashing through the air, but it seems the vessel can't move fast enough, as the sheer force of energy and debris send it flying off course, causing the prince to believe that idiot Cold will turn this planet to ashes before he even has time to escape.
Impossible! Miserable!
Calling Cold as foolish and arrogant as the sons, his reign has come to an end. But not believing the battle to be finished yet, Cold screams the Namek doesn't know what he's talking about. With a final blast, Cold is no more, Thorn and Vegeta looking on in disbelief. Letting out a long exhale, Gas falls back to the ground, the child running at him, unable to contain his excitement. Going on and on like kids do, the Namek humorously tells him to shut up. With Vegeta's retreat, our two heroes sit amongst the rubble. Upon healing the child's minor injuries, Gast admits it'd be a good idea to train Thorn, not wanting to have to worry about him in the events he faces any dangerous encounters. Walking off, the kid questions what about the other two? Even if they are a lot weaker, won't they still be a danger to others? But the fused warrior doesn't think so. First off, one of them is dead. Second, the survivor of the two will likely venture out to do his own thing now, especially because he's no longer under the Frost Demon's boot, surely settling some personal scores along the way, but will in no way be a threat to Thorn or his people, assuring he not worry. With the Imperial ship they arrived on being destroyed, it wouldn't take long for the Augmenians to send a vessel of their own to bring the pair back to Icarion. Alas, they have still not found a solution to the Namek's problem. However, they offer him sanctuary in their city as thanks for his services, who graciously accepts. And with time, they may find the answers Gast is looking for, and will surely continue to search for him. Thus, Gast found a semblance of peace. While not ultimately what he seeks, it will serve as a means of fulfillment until he finds a way to revive his people. 4 months later, on a remote planet, the Ginyu Force, Frieza's personal guard, has fallen at the hands of Vegeta, who has discovered the power of the Super Saiyan. But comparing it to Gast, the prince falls to his knees, knowing it's not enough, leaving yet another hole within him. In Universe 8, or the realm of the Frost Demons, after a hard-fought battle by impossible odds, the remaining heroes of Earth have Vegeta, the Prince of all Saiyans, on the ropes. As he attempts to crawl back to his space pod in a bid to retreat, Krillin approaches him, wielding Yajirobe's sword. Growling the invader killed his friends, he vows to avenge him. Unable to move, Vegeta can only look on helplessly. Die! No! Wait! Me, Vegeta, killed and brutally decapitating his foe. He heard his friend's plea too late, asking if Goku said something. But with nothing that can be done, our hero brushes it off, muttering it wasn't very reasonable anyway, leaving the executioner confused. Minutes later, Bulma and the others would arrive to deliver Aiden the only way they could, retrieving the bodies, as well as Gohan, Goku, and Krillin, coming up with a game plan to resurrect the others while heading to the hospital, deciding to venture to planet Namek in search of their Dragon Balls in order to bring those back lost to the Saiyans, while Goku had to stay behind to mend his much more serious injuries. Bulma would accompany Earth's most two competent warriors, though a wayward scouter happened to pick up on their plans, and the Galactic Emperor, Lord Frieza, would take interest in these wish orbs as well, intercepting the gang on the alien world. Upon landing, they quickly discovered they weren't welcome, as a pair of soldiers would render their ship immobile within minutes of arriving. The ruthless Frost Demon slaughtered all in his way in his search for immortality. Dodoria and Zarbon, his right-hand men, were even more powerful than Vegeta. And as for Frieza himself, he was indescribably worse. But finally healed, thanks to some timely grown senzu beans, Goku dashed into space, but wouldn't arrive for another 6 days. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin had already blown their cover in order to save the life of a Namekian child, barely escaping the mighty Dodoria alive, who believed he had put an end to the pair. Dende, their new native friend, gave his trust to these visitors. But trouble soon came sprinting back, as Frieza demanded his underling present him with the bodies of the Earthlings. As Krillin and Bulma discuss, there are only 2 places left that possess their Dragon Ball. The former knows he has to warn them of the evil to come. Dende then mentions he must go see the Grand Elder. It may be very far away from here, but he has no choice, causing Gohan to accompany the child. In the last village, the Elder can sense Krillin's pure intentions, but spying on him, one of Frieza's men, who plans to alert his lord immediately. But quickly,
I've sent a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Are you here to save me?
You have my thanks.
Flying Nimbus!
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Thank you very much.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Welcome. Close.
Flying Nimbus!
Holy hell. Here it comes. Here it comes. Hell, you bastard! caution if you're going to help them.
Tense!
Get the hell out of here!
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Time machine's ready to launch. Ignore the power keys. Get out of there. There's a beacon where the blue light is. Do you see it?
I owe you one.
Bastard!
Here comes the pain.
I owe you one. Oh, man.
Bastard!
Serves you right!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Feeling his presence, our hero spots him in the sky. Confused how he was seen, he takes off, knowing there are too many for him to handle in a fight. But he doesn't flee fast enough. Capturing and restraining their guest, Krillin notes how lucky they are, as this guy is just one of the weak ones. But Apul doesn't let this deter his confidence, vowing Frieza will destroy them all. Ignoring him, Krillin notes the remaining 3 are much stronger than he and Gohan, and if this low-level warrior found the village, the others probably won't be far behind. Making his way back to the spot where he believed the Earthlings to have perished, Dodoria resorts to even searching underwater to find him. Bearing no trace, he figures they surely escaped after all. But without at least one of the pair, he knows Frieza will have his head, deciding to scour the globe endlessly at maximum speed. On their way to Guru, Gohan questions if they're getting close, but it will actually be quite a while until they arrive, so he suggests they take a short break, ironically enough, mentioning it's not like anyone is looking for them. As the hours passed, Dodoria continued his searching, and after their rest, the boys quickly approached the Grand Elder, but would soon be found, as Frieza's underling spots him. Though struggling to catch his breath, he promises this is where they die.
Nail! I sense something outside. Go and see.
Shouting for Dende to run while he slows them down. Nail arrives to shield both the children. Frustrated, Dodoria demands to know who this is now, before stating it doesn't matter, as he's just going to die like the rest of them. Dende calling out to his hero, explaining this is one of the evil invaders that killed everyone in his village, while Gohan can't help but notice the parallels between this man and Piccolo. One-shotting him, Nail puts a quick end to the skirmish. With a giant grin, the little Saiyan gets excited to see how strong this guy is. His friend explaining how Nail here is the personal guard of the Grand Elder and the strongest warrior on the planet. Though at first, appearing a bit cautious of the Earthling, he ushers them both to follow him, as the Grand Elder awaits them. Back with Bulma, Krillin brings in their first Namekian Dragon Ball, while the very anime-eyed scientist tries to think of a plan. With the capture of the soldier in the village, that means there should only be 3 bad guys left. Cutting her off, a mentally defeated Krillin argues, with the terrifying power their enemies possess, the only safe option is to wait for Goku to arrive, which is still 5 days away from now. With the Space Lord, he announces to Zarbon his plan to call in the Ginyu Force, and much like Goku, they too will arrive in 5 days, and they'll bring new scouters with them. Since Dodoria and Apul decided to go missing, he's going to need his other right-hand man to seek out the remaining villages, while Frieza himself stays alongside the Dragon Balls. With no argument, Zarbon agrees. With Gohan, the Grand Elder thanks him for saving Dende, as well as deducing he's an Earthling, before going on about how terrible all of this is. The Dragon Balls were supposed to inspire prosperity and wisdom, not bring about the destruction of his children. Making a suggestion, if they will aid he and his friends in gathering the Dragon Balls, they will resurrect Piccolo, which will bring back their own dragon, and everyone can be saved. The name Piccolo coming to the curiosity of the great leader, placing his hand upon the boy's head. He reads his mind to see the history of the Earthlings, also taking this time to notice how immense Gohan's potential is, stating he will unlock it.
Hold on for a second, what?
Feeling power within himself like never before, Gohan questions if he could do this to Krillin too. Taking off to retrieve his ally, but before leaving, Guru would tell his life, and by extension the Namekian Dragon Balls, will soon come to an end. So they'll need to hurry in this endeavor.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. Transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
Help! I need help! You're a big help.
a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back.
Flying Nimbus!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Welcome. Thank you. Close.
Someone! You're a big help. Flying Nimbus!
Stay calm. You found another power key. Use it quick. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you need help. I need your help.
Wait, what?
We don't know what danger awaits.
Kamehameha!
Rushing in.
Kamehameha! Oh, no, 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 no!
I was this close to croaking.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. I've sent a new super transfer. Sorry, that'll have to do for now.
Give me a ride!
That's a new power key. Place it now. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of
Talk about scary. Give me a ride!
help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Why me?
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Do it.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
I'm scared.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
I'm close. Wait, what? Wait, what?
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Alright guys, I'm going to end the stream now. If you stayed this long, I'd like to say thank you. Give the video a thumbs up, subscribe, and I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Have yourself a good night. Peace.